The meeting will now come to order. Welcome to the February 2nd, 2023 meeting of the City of Raleigh Appearance Commission. My name is Chris Roberts and I am chair of the commission. Before I begin, well, actually, no, we don't have any of the new commissioners with us tonight, so we'll hold off on that until next time. The Raleigh Appearance Commission is a public body appointed by the City Council that exercises both advisory and quasi-judicial functions. The Appearance Commission's responsibilities relate to zoning and other land use matters, as well as the visual quality and aesthetic characteristics of the city. Today's agenda includes requests for design alternates from the city's Unified Development Ordinance. When hearing requests for design alternates, the Appearance Commission sits as a quasi-judicial body and conducts an evidentiary hearing on that request. That means it is like a court hearing. State law sets specific procedures and rules concerning how this commission must make its decisions. When hearing quasi-judicial matters, the Appearance Commission has 9 regular members and 6 alternate members. The standard the applicant must meet to be granted their request is set forth in the UDO. The Commission hears and considers evidence presented at the hearing and applies the standard when making its decision. The Commission must base its decisions upon competent material and substantial evidence presented at the hearing. This meeting is open to the public and everyone is welcome to watch. However, participation in the evidentiary hearings is limited. Parties have rights to participate fully. Parties may present evidence, call witnesses, and make legal arguments. Witnesses may testify as to facts to which they are competent to testify, so long as those facts relate to the legal standards. In addition, lay or non-expert witness testimony is limited to facts, not personal preference or opinions. And for certain topics, the Commission needs to hear opinion testimony from expert witnesses. These topics include projections about impacts on property values and the projections about impacts on traffic safety. We have 5 cases on our agenda tonight with some other business to conduct after we conclude those. So I would just like to ask everyone to be respectful of time and focus on the relevant items. We're not going to limit presentation times or questions or anything to that matter, but both for the participants with the cases and the commission members, if we could keep things succinct, that would be great. So now we will get to the evidentiary hearings on today's agendas. So there's 2 things to address ahead of time. I understand that there's a request from the attorney for the first 2 cases to switch the order to which we hear those 2 cases. So we would have DA 26-2022 first and then DA 24-2022 second. Are there any objections to that change? Hearing none, we will make that change. And then it's my understanding that the last case, DA 30-2022 at 105 Ash Ave, is requesting to continue that case until the March 2nd meeting. If I could have the attorney for that case come forth and just confirm that.
Molly Stewart, Morningstar Law Group. I can confirm we are asking for continuance for that case.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Stewart. Any objections to that? Hearing none, we will do that. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We will do that. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, so let's move forward with the first request. So that is DA-26-2022 at 7505 Fox Road, Carlton Drive Storage. Casey Evans will introduce this hearing, and before you start, I will swear you in. Casey, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good evening. The subject property is located at the northeast corner of Fox Road and Carlton Drive with the address 7505 Fox Road. It is zoned commercial mixed use, 3 stories. This project proposes a general building, 1 story, for a proposed self-storage facility. The applicant came before the Appearance Commission at the January 5th meeting, and the case was continued to this evening, and they have revised their proposed building elevation and design alternate request. It was renoticed to reflect the applicant's updated design alternate request for complete relief from the ground story transparency requirements on the facade facing Carlton Road. Transparency is required for each side of the building facing a public street, and for this building, the UDO requires a minimum of 33% transparency on the ground story. And there are 2 design alternate findings that must be satisfied in order to grant the request for transparency. And that's all I have. If you have any questions.
All right. Thanks, Casey. The applicant will now present evidence and legal arguments in support of the request. As a reminder, any evidence and arguments must focus on the applicable standards. Before you begin, please state for the record your name, address in relation to the case, and if you have anybody else that's going to testify, I can swear them in now.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. I'm Collier Marsh with Parker Poe at 301 Fayetteville Street here on behalf of the applicant. We do have one witness we intend to have present testimony. We'll have Mr. Cleve Pate come down.
And Mr. Pate, if you would, please state your name for the record, your address in relation to the case.
Cleve Pate, 6013 Fordland Drive, Raleigh, NC, the project architect.
And Mr. Pate, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thanks so much. Proceed.
In keeping with the housekeeping, I'd also like to start by asking that our updated application, presentation, the case report, and all supporting materials be accepted into the record.
Very good, thanks.
Okay. So members of the commission, you may recall this case from your last meeting. And so we had some feedback from both the commission and neighbors on the original facade that we presented. That is on this cover slide, the facade on the top. And so the feedback we heard was essentially from the neighbors. You know, we don't want lights. We don't really care to have any transparency, reflective, aspects of the facade at all. And from the commission, what we heard was, we understand that there's been similar projects that have come before us, but those similar projects had architectural features that this facade was lacking. And so what you see now on the lower of the two images is the updated facade that incorporates those elements of the precedent projects that we presented to the commission in prior cases. It also ties into the accompanying building on this same lot, which we'll show you in just a moment. So this is that original building, and again, just to remind everybody, this was approved administratively back in 21, but this is on the exact same lot, but on a different section. And so if we look now on this slide, the site and the surrounding area, this is the overall lot outlined in red. The project that's before you today is in that kind of that shadowed in box with its frontage on Carlton Drive, but the site has a Fox Road address because the remainder reaches Fox Road. And so again, that building I just showed you is under construction for the part closest to Fox Road, and what we're bringing now would go in that shaded in area and has been updated significantly to match and to address the feedback we've heard. So here we have the building that's subject to the request. We presented this at the last meeting, and so in the interest of efficiency, I won't hit all the same points, but it's a one-story building. The landscaping and other elements are part of the prior approved project and will be constructed and are part of those plans, but you did get a landscaping plan that shows you what was going in there, and we do have some more imagery to show you on that point. So transparency relief, we're seeking one, I guess, design alternate, but it's for complete relief from the two applicable transparency elements. That's the ground story requirement of 30% transparency, and then the 50% requirement between 3 and 8 feet. The last iteration, we had some transparency to give our best shot of doing what we could. Based on the feedback we heard, we decided it would be better to just improve the facade as a whole, eliminate that transparency, and have a more cohesive design. So that's what we've done now. So we will present competent material and substantial evidence to support each of the two required findings, which are: one, the alternate is consistent with the intent of the transparency requirements. As we presented in the past, it's a little different when you talk about self-storage facilities and what the intent really is, and we'll explain that again. And then two, that we're using other elements to offset that reduction in transparency. And so we'll do that by having Mr. Pate come up and explain what we're doing with this project and the architectural features. But if you could start by telling the commission about your experience.
Experience, degree in architecture. I've been in private practice for 20 plus years. So.
And I'll just retender Mr. Pate as an expert in architecture and building design.
So noted.
Okay, and again, in the interest of efficiency, because we have covered this in the prior hearing, which would be included in the record, Mr. Pate, at the last hearing, you talked about some of the intent behind architecture design for self-storage facilities, and that they're driving factors for conveying security and less of a need for transparency. Is that still the case with these updated designs?
Yes, that's still the case.
Okay. And so if you could explain then, we're looking at our facade for the new building. The original building, that is what is approved in the prior project. New building is labeled for what we're seeking relief from. Can you explain the architectural features and kind of your design theme and coordinating with the original building?
Yeah, the original building, going back and some things we talked about previously, is obviously we're not looking for any relief from blank wall, and what we had done in the original building was try to provide a variety of materials. They're pretty high-level materials in the building. The metal panels are architectural grade panels, horizontal rib panels. We have a split-face block, brick, ephes. We tried to change colors up so as you move down the facade, you get a different look as you're moving down the facade, and also included some transparency on the corners, which in this particular case is on Fox Road, on the corner. So what we did based on some of the comments we had previously, is that we tried to take the single-story building, pick up the same elements that we had used on the larger building in order to tie the two buildings together architecturally.
And now we're turning to the landscaping plan, which was presented to the commission at the last hearing, and obviously landscaping has an impact, and turning to a rendering of what that would look like. Can you explain to the commission how that landscaping would add visual interest to the
Yeah,
development?
basically having a single-story building, we'll have fairly large trees and a low landscaping cover, which will exist between the sidewalk and the building. So most pedestrians, as they're walking down the sidewalk or even driving down the street, are going to see mostly the landscaping, which acts as a buffer between them and the building.
And those are all the questions I have for Mr. Pate at this hearing. So happy to answer any questions or just quickly summarize the evidence. So again, we presented competent material and substantial evidence as to each of the findings. We've heard about self-storage and the intent of transparency as it applies to self-storage at numerous hearings, but essentially it's a little different because self-storage facilities are intended to convey a sense of security. You frankly don't want to see into them to see what people are storing, and you're not going to get customers if they think that the walls aren't so secure. What we've seen in other projects is faux facades where you have a transparent element that's backlit and it looks like it's the interior, but it's not really. And what we've heard here is we've got neighbors that don't want to see that, and that's consistent with what we've seen on other projects is don't do the fake lighting, don't create unnecessary transparency, make the building look nice instead. And so that's what we've done. Mr. Pate explained all the elements he's added and the way that he tied it into the original building. And so that covers element 2, that he's added all of those features. Then we provided the landscaping, which does show the actual landscaping plan at maturity, so we know what it will look like at that point in time. So with that, we've presented competent material and substantial evidence, and we respectfully request that the commission vote to approve this.
All right, thank you, Mr. Marsh. I'm going to hold questions from the commission till the end. So we will now hear from other individuals in the public wishing to provide factual testimony concerning the request. As a reminder, witnesses should provide factual testimony as to how this project does or does not meet the applicable standards for the request for transparency that's being made. The commission must base its decision upon evidence in the record, not personal preference or opinion. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this case? If you would, one at a time, please come up to the podium and state your name, address, and relation to the case, and I will swear you in. Feel free to adjust that microphone down so we can hear you. So if you could, please state for the record your name, address, and relation to the case.
This is the second time I come here. Saeed Rasulian, 7412 Fox Road, Raleigh, North Carolina. And I got a letter from the company.
Sorry, before you begin, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And this letter, last week also we come here. They send us to the Fayetteville Street again, there about our property line. And 219 Fayetteville Street, Raleigh, North Carolina, they told us, they gave us a small map, and this map that showed that this is, these houses is in Fox Road, live there, this is subdivision. But which we are coming here with for about 4 houses, they sent us 2 guides here to come. First of all, we don't know where is our property line, because they show a part of 16 feet from the street, they come to our property in a back front yard, and they say this stream will be moved to the about 6 feet in your property, and there is coming also sidewalk. So we are coming about this to complain why only we 4 houses from Norton, that is 7412 Fox Road, and next one is 470, and it's go to 4 houses. Rest of the houses is not in this company, because the storage, I think they make a storage there, and why the storage not took that places from their side? Why they come to our side? We are this other side of right side of the road, but your storage is in the left side. So this is, first of all, I couldn't find still. I asked duty supervisor there about our property line. They show us the power line there, said this is power line, and there was telephone also, a small boxes for telephone. But they said we are going to take your driveway about 6 plus 6, 12 or plus sidewalk. So we don't know. We have come here to why they take this only for these 4 houses, this place, and what is the reason that they come to our property. But I wish they show us our property line. This is our question, sir.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you coming in tonight and your concerns. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of the information about the case that would relate to that. And really, we're here to make a determination on the transparency request that's been made. So do you have any comments related to transparency?
Thank you very much. This Mr. Ali also is our neighbor. He's coming and talk.
Okay.
Thank you.
And if you could, please state for the record your name, address, in relation to the case, and I'll swear you in.
Muhammad Ali, 7500 Fox Road, Raleigh, North Carolina.
And do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth,
Right.
and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Question, as Mr. Said referred, we are 4 houses and one next to each other. At the beginning, they was telling us different map. After they start building it, and then change different, show us different map, which is previously we never seen them before. No one show us. Not a city, not by a storage company. Now they want to get from a street line 30 feet inside our yard. We are not sure is that their proper way or a street adjacent line to move in to our property, or they do without any make us reasonable answer for it. That's one we want to make sure to find out is it their line and is it belong to city, we are doing nothing. But if it's something, we don't want to give an inch of our property to no one. Yes, we stopped them, but luckily, even the city was doing mistake. Now the line is up and down. They cannot bring their line to sewage that one. They temporarily fill them up. And it's kinds of confusion for us, not that 1 day, 2 days, years. We take all the dust, we welcome them to our neighborhood. That's fine. But at the beginning wasn't transparency to show us the exact map. Now different maps, different lines. Of course, we are kind of confused. Mm-hmm. That's all we have to concern, and we want to get the city help us. At least we asked them. The engineer that was there said, just tell me, what is from my foundation to streetwise, how many feet is belong to me, or tell me from the Fox Road into our back front yard.
Yeah, okay.
That's all.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, dear. Thank you.
And I think I saw one other hand raised in the crowd. Please come up.
Hey, Chris, I don't know if this is appropriate, but I think both of the residents have concerns that are probably unrelated to this case. Mm-hmm. But I wonder if maybe Casey, if there's somebody, I don't know if it's on the letters that they received that maybe they could reach out to with the city to talk about that separate project.
Yeah. Good. Good thought. Good comment. And so could you state your name, address in relation to the case?
I'm James Dick. I live at 5105 Royal Troon Drive, which is not in the neighborhood, but I'm representing Donna Wilson. Donna's hard of hearing. She has a little difficult time sometimes in understanding and everything. But she's at 6909 Carlton Drive, which is right across the street from these used warehouses.
Okay, very good.
Can I ask a quick question as well before?
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you here on behalf of hers? Are you an attorney?
No.
Okay, so in these proceedings, this state bar has issued an ethics opinion that says that these are the representation of another person in a quasi-judicial proceeding is considered the practice of law. So somebody that's not an attorney cannot represent the rights of another person in these proceedings.
Okay, we can get Donna up.
You can speak either
on
on your own personal behalf if you have competent material, substantial evidence, or otherwise are a party withstanding. Otherwise, you cannot speak on behalf of somebody else.
Okay. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. Would you like to continue, or?
I would just like to say,
okay. If I could just swear you in, do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Yeah, we have no objections to the changes they made on the plot there. I think that's fine. We were concerned about the windows, and would rather not have windows facing our homes over there. And the building they've already put up is great. The windows are down at one end. That's fine. Our biggest complaint really is nothing to do with the appearance, but the fact that the last drawing that we got of this thing shows there's a connection between this parking lot and those apartments that are right behind there. That was never shown in the first drawing that we looked at, and now that's showed up on there. And we know there's a possibility of 240 apartments. I think there's 240 apartments over there. It's not the road, Carlton Drive. If all those cars start coming out on Carlton Drive, it's going to be a lot of traffic over there. We have no stoplight or anything. So that was just I know that's not what we're talking about here. But as far as the windows go, we're okay on the windows. Okay. Leaving the windows off.
Thank you very much for those comments. And similar to what Commissioner Tuttle said, if there's other concerns, please feel free to reach out to the staff at Raleigh. And I know Casey can direct you to who the right person is for that. Anyone else from the public that wishes to speak? All right. Let's see. Let's open it up to the commission for questions for staff, the applicant. No, probably planned. Again, staff, the applicant or anybody from the public? I have a couple questions. So I noticed in the packet that we received, let's see, the very last page has a design that is a little different than what was shown on the screen tonight. So there's elevations on sheet A1 that do not match what is being shown on EL1. So I don't know if that is, Casey, if you want to address that, or if the applicant would like to address that. Just want to be clear what we're ruling on.
Sure. So the packet includes the exhibits that the applicant provides directly related to the design alternate request, but it also includes whatever the most recent version of their associated site plan has been submitted to the city for review. So I think the discrepancy that you're seeing is that the ASR packet, the site plan packet that's most recently been submitted to the city for review, does not yet reflect the changes that they made based on the feedback from the last appearance commission. And so that still has, I guess, like the old version of the elevations, whereas if you look directly right after, like the first plan sheet in the packet, after like the staff report and the application materials, there's that updated elevation sheet, that EL1 I think you were referring to, that is their updated elevations.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that.
So, sorry, Casey, one more question. So the supplemental document, the landscape plan that's also attached, that's the latest version of the landscaping plan?
I believe so. The applicant sent that to me after the packet was out.
Okay.
And asked that that be provided to you guys.
And my other question is on the landscape plan. So if I'm looking at this correctly, that along the frontage of the building that we're talking about, there are 17 pyramidal tulip poplars along that edge, but they seem to be spaced consistent across the frontage of the property. The rendering that we saw with the trees in front had a break in between those trees that gave some prominence to the center of the building. Can you comment on which one is more accurate with what you're proposing? Is it the landscape plan or is it the rendering that was shown?
We'll have an expert come up.
And if you could, please state for the record your name, address in relation to the case.
Luke Perkins, 417 West Peace Street, Raleigh. I'm the civil engineer designer on the case.
Okay. And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Thank you.
So in speaking about the tree spacing, I did not put the rendering together. Those trees will be and should be spaced equally.
So the landscape plan put
Is
in the
correct.
supplemental package is reflective of what you would plan on doing,
That's
which
right.
is reflective of the originally approved plans, not this section that's in our case right now.
And could you
And then there
flip
was
back to
another
that?
question.
No, I didn't have another question, but could you flip back to the rendering, the elevation that shows those trees?
Yeah.
And are those representative of the approximate height that we would expect?
At maturity is what
The rendering doesn't seem to reflect the landscape plan. I think there's some inconsistency there. Can you all reference what the intent is?
So the intent was to illustrate the landscaping plan. And so to the extent that it's inconsistent, I direct the Appearance Commission to the landscaping plan for guidance as to what's going to go there. The intent was to show the trees that we're planting at full maturity. I'm not sure how that gap got into the elevations of the renderings, but
Okay, the numbers seem a little inconsistent too, but maybe that's just,
yeah, this is the commitment.
yeah, okay, cool. That's clear.
Any other questions from the commission? Applicant, anything further that you would like to add?
Nothing further.
And staff, anything further that you would like to add? All right, hearing no additional questions or presentations of relevant facts, the commission will now close the hearing and bring the matter to the table. As a reminder, this commission is tasked with deciding if, based on the evidence presented, this proposal meets the applicable standards. This decision cannot be based on personal preference of the commission members. Rather, it is based on standards and evidence. If, based on its deliberations, the commission requires additional evidence, the commission will reopen the hearing. Who would like to start us off?
Well, I think I'd just say that they did everything that we asked for last time, and I appreciate the improved presentation that shows both the existing building juxtaposed with the proposed. I think the landscape rendering was a little confusing. I certainly actually appreciated the spacing that was in the rendering, but it's not reflective in the plan. But I honestly, I think that was not part of what we talked about in a big way anyway, so I'd be happy to move forward.
Okay, yeah, and although it wasn't reflected, it seems like the trees are spaced closer together, and as long as that's going to be healthy for those trees, I actually don't see that as a bad thing. It probably screens the building more so than what those renderings showed. And I think if we're looking at the findings, the intent of transparency is to give some visual characteristic to that elevation, lend visual interest to the street facade. And I think between the landscaping that's going to block it and the changes to the elevations that we asked them to make, so that it looks more like the neighbor building that it's that's going up, I think it meets all the intents of what I was expecting. And I think it meets the intents of the findings as well.
I agree, and I'll move to approve.
Do we have a second?
Sorry, can I make just one more comment before we, just for the record? Sure. I agree. I think this moves in the direction of the intent and is consistent with what we asked for. I think it's also responsive to the now two residents that we've heard from that have concern over the light transmission. So a little bit unusual that we're actually going towards less transparency here, but I think it's being done in response to resident feedback. So I'll second the motion.
Good point. Any further discussion? All right, we'll take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. All right, the motion is adopted and the design alternates are granted. The commission's written decision will be adopted when the minutes of this meeting are adopted, and the written decision will be provided to the applicant and other parties with a right to such notice following adoption of the decision. All right, let's move on to the next case. So we'll now hear DA-24-2022 at 3081 Sanderford Road, Sanderford Storage.
All right, so the subject property is located at 3081 Sanderford Road near the intersection of Sanderford Road and Creech Road. The property is zoned commercial mixed use, 3 stories. The Sanderford Storage Project is a proposed general building to be used for a self-storage facility. The applicant is requesting several design alternates related to transparency, including a reduction to the required transparency for the ground story, second and third stories of the building facade facing Sanderford Road, and complete relief from the transparency requirements for the building facade facing Creech Road. And you'll see in the application there was an additional request relating to driveway spacing, but the plan has since been revised to eliminate that request. And I believe the applicant will be indicating that in their presentation as well, that they're withdrawing that request. So as with the other one, transparency is required for each side of the building facing a public street, and 33% is required on the ground story, and 20% is required on each upper story. And you have the 2 findings that are required to grant a design alternate for transparency. And I'm here if you have any questions.
Thank you, Casey. And we will now hear from the applicant.
Good afternoon again, Collier Marsh, Parker Poe, 301 Fayetteville Street, here on behalf of the applicant. Our witness is Cleve Pate again, so I don't believe we need to swear him in again.
No, that's correct.
And he's already been accepted as an expert.
Correct.
Okay. And so this is yet another transparency design alternate request. Once again, the elevations that you're looking at should look very familiar, almost identical to the Creedmoor Road one that came in front of you back in November of 22. And so this is the Sanderford Road storage project. It's a 3-story self-storage facility, following the same design principles and elements as the projects we presented to you recently. So the project itself is on Sanderford Road, but it's kind of a triangular section. Our site itself is outlined in red with some limited frontage on Creech Road. So what that means is we're seeking transparency from 2 locations. So we have a total of 4 design alternate requests that we're seeking to be considered today. 3 relate to transparency facing Sanderford Road. The 4th relates to the Creech Road transparency, seeking complete relief for the portion that faces Creech Road. There was a transportation design alternate relating to driveway spacing. We had a driveway that was not connected to, that you can see a cell tower there on the site right here. So we had 2 driveways, but we worked with transportation staff to combine those to eliminate the need for the request. So you can strike that one. So here is the site plan and the overview. And so the site primarily fronts Creech Road. It's oriented up on Creech Road. It's a 3-story self-storage facility, heated and cooled, so climate controlled. And you have your access, again, both points on Creech Road, with the southernmost now combined with the access for the cell tower. But as you see, we do have, I said Creech Road, Sanderford Road. We do have Creech Road back here, and so technically this is where some transparency relief would still be needed. So these are the requests that we're presenting to you today. Again, the same UDO provisions you've seen on these cases, the 3.2.5 requirement to have 33% ground story transparency and then 20% upper story transparency. And then the one that's always a little tricky to interpret and explain the numbers, but between 3 and 8 feet on the first floor, the ground story, you're required to have 50% of the required transparency there. So what we're asking for is that on that ground story that we have 9.5% total transparency, and then 18.7% of the original required transparency. So what the code says is 50% of the required transparency, and we're saying 18.7% of what was originally required. So it's phrased a little differently than your agenda packet, but the square footage is the same, so I just want to make sure that was clear. The agenda packet may look a little different, but it's the same request, said a different way. Upper stories, second story, we're seeking 11% transparency, and then third story, 14% transparency. Then when we go to the rear facade, the northeast facade facing Creech Road, we're seeking complete relief. And again, we'll present competent material and substantial evidence as to each of those. And so I will bring up Mr. Pate. And if you could come up, you've been accepted as an expert already. We have previously explained and you've testified to the commission about some of the design principles for self-storage facilities and how they differ, the need for security, the desire for reduced transparency and reduced lighting. Are those principles applicable to this case?
Yes.
And so this slide shows the transparency we're providing, as well as how we've added some additional elements on those corners. Can you walk the commission through, again, the transparency that we are providing on each floor and then what we're doing on those corner elements?
Sure. What we tried to do here, and I think we talked about this maybe on some of the earlier projects as well, is that we wanted to put as much transparency as we could on the corners of the building. And so you would see the transparency as you were coming down the roadway from either direction. If we put that transparency on the front, we would have substantially more, but we felt like that we got a greater impact by putting the corner features on the building. So that's basically what we did. As you see in the center of the building, which is our loading area, which is a sliding door, so a glass entry with side lights each side. Above that, which is more of a appearance element in terms of glass, which is looking into a short corridor above that. So that was basically the reasoning for the glazing as it is. And as we talked about before, two things that occurred when we were designing the building is that we take into account security. The more glazing, the less security we have, especially on the first floor, and also efficiency, where we have basically a double-loaded corridor. And since we can't have glass in the storage units themselves, that has some impact on the overall design.
And so are the numbers reflected on this slide accurate representations of the transparency that we're providing?
The numbers on this slide are accurate. The 14% on the third level, 11% on the second, and then the 9.5 total on the first floor, with the 18.7 between the 3 and 8 feet requirement. On the ends, we're looking at the 23 on the third. This is the corner elements, 21% on the second level, and 14% transparency on the first level. On one end of the building, and that's basically where our office is located. The other side of the building, because of grade changes, we could not get any transparency on that corner on the first level.
Sorry to interrupt your presentation, but can I just clarify those numbers on the bottom first? Are those the transparency percentages if you added those pieces on the side to the front?
Yes.
Thank you.
And can you explain to the commission the other architectural elements that we're using in this design to create visual interest?
Yeah. Again, we're not looking for any blank wall alleviation on the project. We tried to incorporate a variety of materials in the building, especially at ground level. We have brick, and it's an architectural block, it's a colored block. The metal panels that are used on the building are an architectural grade metal panel, a horizontal rib, the aluminum storefront system on the building is a premier storefront. Up higher, and as a separation, we're using some EFS elements on the building. We are using bump outs in the masonry, so we do not have any flat walls really anywhere on this facade. So there's even as you move up onto the metal panels, there's shadow lines that are pretty substantial as you change elements as you go all the way down the facade.
All right, and continuing on, turning to the landscaping. So this slide shows the landscaping plan, and then we have a rendering here, which I understand is perhaps a little more accurate than the last one, as we've had some checks done between the two. So, Mr. Pate, could you please explain to the commission how the landscaping helps to add visual interest here?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think the elevation kind of speaks for itself in terms of the landscaping. The trees soften the building quite a bit, brings it down closer to street level. So as for pedestrians and drivers, as they're moving around the building or down the street, the landscape and the trees, lower landscape, act as a buffer to the building. So that'll be the main thing people see as they're looking at the building up towards the building from any pedestrian ways.
To the extent I see a head nodding, I'll just note that this is the commitment here to make sure that we're accurate and consistent as we move forward. So with that, I want to turn to the rear facade, which is where we're seeking complete relief from the transparency requirements. Mr. Pate, could you just talk about what you've done with the architectural details on the rear facade to lend visual interest?
The architectural details on the rear of the building are actually exactly the same as materials we're using on the front of the building. With brick, split face colored block, we're using architectural panels and the EFS. Because of the basement level, We're going quite high with the masonry on this particular elevation. There's no access to the building on the rear. So therefore, we don't have any doors or any glazing. There's no access to offices. Most of this facade is covered by preserved tree line. So it's about, I think, 400 feet or so from Creech Road. So the existing trees will buffer the rear facade of the building quite a bit.
So Mr. Pate got ahead of me and covered this pretty well, but this does show a representative image. We do need to seek relief from Creech Road, but it is 400 feet away. The light green is meant to show where there's required tree conservation, so that can't be touched. The other kind of, I guess, darker green color is part of this plan. That's not going to be touched, but the thought was if the site here ever develops, there's a potential that that could overlap, and so we didn't put it as tree conservation, but for the plans before you, that stays the same. And then this again, this is at Creech Road right at that point. We didn't do a rendering of this one because we thought the street view did a pretty good job of showing that you can't see anything there. So with that, we have presented competent material and substantial evidence as to each of the required findings. We've covered the intent over and over again on these self-storage facilities, but it's just a little different here. I think on the rear facade, the story is even, the application is even less appropriate because you don't have pedestrians and you don't have interior occupants, which is really the intent of transparency. And so that section is fully shielded by dense vegetation, but even without that vegetation, I think Mr. Pate has established that for both facades that we are using appropriate architectural and other artistic features for those facades to ensure there's adequate visual interest. So with that, we respectfully request that you vote to approve these design alternate requests.
All right, thank you for that presentation. We will now turn to the public. Is there anyone in the public that wishes to speak on behalf of this case? All right, seeing none, let's turn to the commission members. Commission, do you have any questions for the applicant or for staff?
I think I just have a comment, which is in this case and the last, I think if you just stick to the landscape plan, the renderings just can make it, they don't help you because they make it confusing. I think some of us might like to see what's on the rendering, but if it doesn't reflect what's on the plan, it just makes it confusing. Thank you for the attempt, though.
And I think, Mr. Pate, just one question for you. You had mentioned significant change in plane between materials on that facade along Sanderford. Could you, we don't have a plan, I don't think, or sections in the package that we got. Can you explain like how significant that change in plane is?
Well, on the masonry on the lower level, as you move through, we have each pier is a 4-inch bump out on the building. And then when you move up in the building, we're using a thicker EIFS panel. So it goes beyond the depth of the architectural panel, which is only 1 1/4 inches. So at each, as you transition from each EIFS to the metal architectural panel, you get a distinct shadow line there of about 1 inch on there. So, and all that steps back from the masonry, which is basically 6 inches out from the metal studs. So you've got basically on a lower level, you've got some masonry is out 10 inches compared to the upper level materials.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Any other questions from the commission members? All right. Applicant, is there anything further that you would like to add? Staff, anything further that you would like to add? All right, we will, hearing no additional questions or presentation, we will now close the hearing and bring the matter to the table. Any comments from the commission? I'll start off with the easy one. Creech Road. I think just the vegetation between Creech Road and the building are so significant that I am not concerned about the rear of this building. Related to the facade on Sanderford Road, I think similar to some other cases that we've seen, the amount of material change, that change in plane between materials, and the amount of transparency and glazing that they have given meets the findings of giving that visual interest from the street. I'll echo Adam's comments that I wish the rendering looked a little more like what it would eventually look like. I'm going to turn to my landscape friends here, but I think looking at the landscape plan, it looks like some of those trees, they're spaced closer together than what we saw in the rendering, and at full maturity, they're at 40 to 60 feet in height, which is as tall as the building. And then some of the low ground cover looks like it's 6 feet plus tall. Is that true? I'm seeing head nods.
Yeah.
Security is kind of a relative term, but yes.
Okay. And
Certainly, it meets the intent.
okay. So I think between the landscape along that front facade and the material changes, I think it does meet the intent of the transparency requests all around. Any other comments? All right. With that, I'm going to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Tuttle. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries, and the design alternates are granted. Thank you so much. All right, moving to the next case. Where are we at? Next case is DA-27-2022 at 330 West Hargett Street, 119 South Harrington Street, and 323 and 327 West Morgan Street.
All right, as you mentioned, you already said the addresses. It's located at the northeast corner of West Hargett Street and South Harrington Street. The property is zoned downtown mixed use, 40 stories, with the shop front frontage and conditional use. The applicant is proposing a mixed-use building with structured parking as well as commercial and residential units. The applicant has applied for 3 design alternates, complete relief from the requirement for vehicles to enter and exit parking areas in a forward motion for the proposed driveway on South Harrington Street, to reduce driveway spacing between a proposed driveway on West Morgan Street and an existing driveway on adjacent property, and to allow a planting strip and carriage strip instead of instead of tree grates along South Harrington Street. I believe the applicant intends to withdraw those second 2 requests due to some revisions they've made to the plans. There are 4 design alternate findings related to requests from the lots, blocks, and access section, and that's pertaining to that entering and exiting in a forward motion request, design alternate requests. So with that, I'm available if you have any questions, and I'll invite the transportation representative up to share any remarks that they might have.
Okay, thank you. And before you begin, if you could please state your name in relation to the case.
Sure. Daniel King, City of Raleigh, Transportation Department.
Very good. And do you
my review group reviewed the plans.
okay? And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Thank you.
So as Casey mentioned, the applicants worked extensively with staff on this one to eliminate several of the requests that are up here. The forward motion in the right-of-way is the last remaining one. I'll let the applicant speak to what they're doing to address those concerns and issues, and I'm happy to answer any questions, so I'll stay close by.
Great. Thank you so much. The applicant will now present evidence and legal arguments in support of the request. As a reminder, any evidence and arguments must focus on the applicable standards. And before you begin, please state for the record your name, address in relation to the case. And if you have anybody that is going to also testify, I can swear them in now or as you go. Up to you.
Sure. Good afternoon, Jamie Schwader with Parker Poe, 301 Fayetteville Street, here on behalf of the applicant. We do have 2 witnesses to swear in, Mr. Richard Adams and Miss Emily Milliman. If they could come down and be sworn in while our presentation is brought up, that'd be great.
Perfect. And if you could state your name, address in relation to the case.
Good evening. Richard Adams with Kimley Horn, 421 Fayetteville Street here in Raleigh. Relation to the case is I am the traffic engineer working on the project.
And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Next.
Hi there. I'm Emily Milliman, project landscape architect at Stewart, 223 West Street, Suite 1100, Raleigh, North Carolina. The project landscape architect on the project, and I've been practicing landscape architecture for 10 years.
Okay, thanks. And Ms. Millman, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. I don't know if we need to kind of fast forward through this. There we go. All right. At this time, I'd like to ask that our application and materials from the agenda, the case report and supporting materials, be accepted into the record.
Very good.
Thank you. This case, as you mentioned, was previously before you on the 5th. Of course, we had a very robust record and testimony at that time. And since that hearing, as Mr. King stated, we worked extensively with staff. So I'm going to focus our testimony today on just reaffirming some of the things that you heard from before, solely related to the request that remains before you. So this slide shows the kind of a rendered area of the plan, just focusing on the one issue now that is before you, the loading dock, enter and exit, and the forward motion. As a reminder, this is just a very slender kind of sliver in the downtown area, and that has really driven a lot of the context of where we were able to meet the code and how we had to push and pull and come up with some creative solutions. Due to that work, the relief that we're seeking now is just limited to the first issue, relief on 8.3.5A to allow vehicles to reverse into the loading area on the South Harrington Street and exit in a forward motion. And so we'll be focusing our testimony on that before you this afternoon. Just briefly to resolve the second issue, we worked with staff and are providing some additional safety features, and staff feels comfortable with these features, and with continued collaboration with staff at the SPR level and going forward, that driveway spacing could be administratively approved, and so we are withdrawing that. We've been informed that it's not needed before the Appearance Commission, and we'll be pursuing that. The third one, we actually are withdrawing because we are no longer seeking that deviation or comply with staff's direction. So staff's gave great direction on both of those issues and have resolved those before you today. So that just leaves us with the one design alternate and the findings that we covered at length in the first hearing. I will kind of go through where some of those lie, but I'd really like to turn it over to Richard Adams to focus on what that expert testimony will be. As I get ready to call him up, I'll just remind you that on the 5th, we heard expert testimony from both Mr. Adams on many of the safety principles that relate to transportation and the work that we've done with staff to date. He's going to bring you up to speed on what we've done since that time. But we also had testimony from Mr. Joe Pung, who works with Emily Milliman, about the elements with request to number 1, explaining how the loading dock on Harrington preserves Hargett Street as requested by staff, how that maintains pedestrian connectivity on both streets, and how the size and shape of the lot really constrain us as to where we can locate this loading dock. It has to be on Harrington Street in a particular location, just given some of the structural issues with the building. And Mr. Adams will focus on those changes we've made and how they relate back to the safety items in addressing findings 1 and 2. At this point, I'd like to call our first witness, Mr. Richard Adams. Mr. Adams, you were offered as an expert in the prior hearing. Could you give your background for the board as well?
Sure. I am a practicing professional engineer registered here in North Carolina. I have undergraduate degree in engineering from NC State and master's degree in engineering and in business from Georgia Tech. I've been practicing for approximately 30 years now. Long time.
At this time, I'd like to tender Mr. Adams as an expert in traffic and transportation issues.
Yes, thanks.
Mr. Adams, could you please explain the changes to the plan since the January 5th meeting?
Yes, as far as changes to the plan, the loading dock itself is in the same location. However, we had a meeting with staff on January 12th and went over some other changes that the city was interested in, and we're supporting and implementing. And specifically changes to the streetscape, which you can see on the screen here. The bike lane on the west side, which is at the bottom of the picture here, is remaining in place. However, the parking is moving from the east side to the west side, the on-street parking, which will create a buffered bike lane. This is something the city is interested in implementing, and we are going to implement as part of this project for this block, and that will provide some additional buffer between vehicles and the cyclists within the bike lane, and then it specifically towards the loading dock provides that same buffer between the truck maneuvering vehicles and the cyclists.
And how do those changes affect the ability to enter and exit in a forward motion?
As far as entering and exiting in forward motion, it did actually kind of constrain things further. It is this site is very narrow, as we discussed last time, and so creating an entering and exiting in a forward motion is extremely difficult on this site and would encumber, a huge portion of the first floor. And so that maneuver is still challenging on the street, but it can be done. And we've got, and actually our partners at Stewart did a truck turn evaluation to confirm that it can be done. But yes, that, the maneuver, the backing in maneuver and coming out forward facing is still workable.
And how do the changes to the streetscape impact the intersection of pedestrians and vehicular conflict?
Right. So as far as the pedestrians, of course, they'll be on the sidewalk, obviously. And that is something we're all interested in making sure that they're safe. And some things we've worked with the city on and we have offered up are specific measures at the loading dock. And that suite of specific measures needs to be confirmed with city staff, but some of the things we've talked about are mirrors, potentially bollards within the sidewalk to provide visual cues to the pedestrians that they're crossing a driveway. Tactile warning domes like you see on your ADA ramps could be possible. Different textured pavements, different colored pavements to emphasize that the pedestrian would be crossing a zone in which truck could be maneuvering.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. How, in your opinion, how does the new loading dock location relate to the findings with respect to truck and bicycle conflicts and congestion and safety?
Right. The new loading dock, as I just mentioned, in particular with the new streetscape arrangements, should minimize conflicts with bicycles, again, in part because of the way the bike lane is being arranged. In addition, should not encumber pedestrian safety, again, because of the various measures we're going to be taking, and are a reasonable approach given the narrow nature of the site, and are reasonable and consistent with the intent of Section 8.3.5 to provide safe and efficient access.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Adams. And consistent with your testimony and the January 5th hearing, is it also correct to say that this new layout will not increase congestion or compromise safety?
Yes.
If you want to turn to the next slide. Can you just explain for the commission the safety features? I know we touched on this at the last hearing.
Right. And this is, as you can see, a close-up of the loading dock. This shows some of the potential features, some of which I mentioned a minute ago, but could include certainly roll-down doors, the alternate paving, detectable warning pavers, potentially bollards in the sidewalk, again, if that's appropriate with city staff. The other thing I should mention is that the loading dock is intended to be on restricted hours. This is not something that's going to be seeing heavy volumes, and so only at certain times of the day will the loading dock even be in use. The other thing that's not shown on here, but that is something we've talked to the city about, is potentially putting planters or something else up against the building to just nudge the pedestrian out a little bit away from the loading dock, just to, again, increase visibility between that pedestrian and the driver.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. I'll put the next, just as an example.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So here we have some examples, just photographs and the like, of some of these potential features. Another thing, which I'm not sure I mentioned, but the potential to have active signs that light up for the pedestrian to alert them of the dock in operation that a vehicle may be exiting. Those of you here in downtown, there's the PNC, used to be RBC, the PNC driveway on Wilmington Street, which is about a block from my office, was lit up today as a vehicle was exiting, has a very similar sign. So that's an example of that. I think I discussed these others, but you can see bollards, roll down doors, the possibility for a mirror, some signage that could be put there to just remind the driver that to yield to pedestrians as they pull in and out.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness and tender him to the board.
I'm sorry, could you state that last part?
Any questions for this witness?
I think we'll leave the questions until after we go through the rest of it.
Okay.
So are you finished with your
I
presentation?
am. We can excuse Mr. Adams and call Ms. Milliman.
Okay, perfect.
Ms. Milliman, could you please state your name and experience for the board?
Hi, I'm Emily Milliman, project landscape architect at Stewart. Been the project landscape architect on the project and involved directly through the ASR process. I have a MLA from Harvard and an undergraduate degree from Miami University in Ohio. Been practicing landscape architecture for 10 years.
At this time, I'd like to tender Ms. Milliman as an expert in landscape architecture and site design.
Very good, thanks.
Ms. Milliman, does the loading dock request, as currently reconfigured, conflict with an approved or built roadway construction project adjacent to or in the vicinity of the site?
No, the streetscape changes follow staff's preferred streetscape for South Harrington Street.
And are you aware of Mr. Joe Pung's prior testimony on January 5th in this proceeding?
Yes, I am.
Specifically his testimony of the design alternate request meeting the required showings?
Yes, all of the changes discussed today have been implemented based on suggestions from staff to ensure that our design is safe and consistent with the intent of the UDO. Additionally, the request is reasonable given the narrow, unusual lot shape and existing physical environment around the site.
And based on your review of Mr. Pung's testimony and these changes, is it your opinion that the new design meets all the required showings that were before us today?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions for Ms. Millen.
All right, thank you.
At this time, I'm happy to summarize the evidence, or if you'd like to call others from the public, I'm happy to wrap up afterwards. Board's preference.
Yeah, you'll have a chance to wrap up at the end if you'd like to do that then.
Sure thing.
All right, great. Thank you. All right, so turning to the public, we'll now hear from other individuals in the public wishing to provide factual testimony concerning this request. Is there anybody here from the public that would like to speak on behalf of this case? If you could, please come up and state your name, address, and relationship for the case, and I will swear you in.
My name is Peter Gabor. I live at Bloomsbury Estates on the corner of Boylan and Hargett, about 3 blocks from the subject property. So I have an interest, obviously, as a resident in a nearby building.
Very good.
I
And do
walk
you
down here all the time.
And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Of course, I do.
All right, thank you. Please proceed.
All right, so we were at the last meeting, and I recall that the testimony of Raleigh Transportation was basically that there were serious safety issues with this building, and one of the safety issues was ingress-egress, specifically on the loading dock. Now, as far as I can tell, this is still the same narrow lot that we were dealing with before. It's at its narrowest point where the loading dock is, that the loading dock is on the same location on Harrington as before, and vehicles will still be pulling past it and backing in. Is that not correct? I could ask the transportation planner to comment on that. Am I right? All right.
We should make sure that all the evidence and testimony is on the record, so I think it'd probably be best if you guys want to follow up with transportation after his testimony, you can do that.
Okay.
That's fine. I'm happy to accept that. So as I see it, nothing material has changed. You've moved parking to the other side of the street, but you still have the same issues. you still have the same issues with a loading dock for service vehicles on a backing into a very narrow lot so that they can come out forward. That was a major problem last time. I don't see that it's been particularly mitigated this time. And so the question I would ask overall is, perhaps I need a legal opinion on this, just because the city has granted rezoning for 40 stories, and we can all have our opinions on that, but I can't express opinions on that. Is it the case that the city is responsible to approve a building on that lot, irrespective of the safety issues that arise? People risk their capital on buying property in order to develop it. Sometimes it's extremely difficult to develop that property. This is one case, I think, it's not an opinion, but I think we can agree that the property is very narrow, that the place in which the loading dock is put, because it has to be on Harrington, it can't be on Hargett, because we've got the issues with the Way exit, the Hugh exit, I'm sorry. It can't be on Morgan because there are two exits from the Dawson, a service exit, ingress, egress for the parking lot, so it's got to be on Harrington. I see no way in which this can be made safe. The ideal, of course, would be that a vehicle would pull in, forward, turn around, and come out. The shape of the lot, the position of that loading dock makes that impossible. You're still backing in. I don't see how that can be made safe. So the question is, if it can't be made safe, what are we talking about here? Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. I think I saw somebody else in the audience. And as you're coming up, if you could state your name, address, and relation to the case, and I will swear you in.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Mike Gehring. I live at 317 West Morgan Street, the Dawson on Morgan, and I'm the president of the HOA there.
Very good. And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So I'll read this, and I'll have an extra copy if you have use of it afterwards. So I've already said who I am and where I live, and that I'm the president of the Homeowners Association. I'm speaking on behalf of the Dawson community. Although we don't claim to be experts at city planning, we do have years of experience with downtown Raleigh living at this location. In that sense, we are experts. Residents in our community opposed the rezoning from the beginning with the same objections that I'm relaying to you right now: congestion and safety. The Dawson opposes relieving the requirements for vehicles to enter and exit in a forward motion, UDO section 8.3.5.8.3. The proposed plan for a right-in, right-out driveway on Morgan Street will increase congestion and reduce safety. We oppose reducing the minimum driveway spacing requirement of 200 feet for the same reasons. That's UDO section 8.3.5.C.3.C for congestion and safety. Consequently, we believe that this application must be rejected. The proposed development is too large for this location. The UDO requirements are reasonable and the applicant must comply with them. These problems should have been resolved at the beginning during the rezoning phase, but since they didn't happen, they didn't get resolved then, you must now deal with them. We need a real solution for the safety and congestion concerns, not just the least bad alternative. Any questions? Okay.
Thank you for your comments.
Can I just state too what I said earlier, which is that individuals can appear on their own behalf, but unless they're an attorney, they can't represent other people in these proceedings.
Okay, so Mr. Gehring was representing himself in this case.
No, I'm sorry. I've been authorized by the board to represent the whole homeowners association.
It still would have to be a legal representative. but he can speak on his own behalf as well.
Yes, got it. Okay.
I
Thank you
should
so
also
much.
point out there are 2 other residents here, also board members from the Dawson.
Okay.
So
Thank you. Looks like we have another member that would, member of the public that would like to speak. If you could state your name, address in relation to the case, and I'll swear you in.
Sure. Dan McQuaid, 317 West Morgan, number 501 in Raleigh.
Mr. McQuaid, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
First, for clarification, is the ingress out of West Morgan a part of the gender today?
No, it is not.
Okay, so there was a statement that was made that I didn't clearly hear that there was a resolution?
That is correct.
Traffic or with the city, with staff about what was going on? Can I have some clarity on that? We weren't informed.
I'm just wondering because
the
it's not
board
part of
has-
our
Yeah,
case
so there's
anymore.
evidence that's in the record that this case was a continuation. It was also heard at your last meeting. So I think they're referencing evidence that was submitted in the record at the prior evidentiary hearing. So if you guys have follow-up questions for transportation today that you'd like to ask them, you can certainly do that. I would do it after you hear any other testimony to prevent any confusion.
Okay, very good. So if you could continue with any questions or comments, and then we'll talk to
Sure.
staff.
Okay. So based on the previous meeting that we attended here, there were comments that were made by staff and also by traffic that they were not in agreement with the safety issue with the egress out of the building on West Morgan Street. That's what I recall. Now, additionally, it seemed that from the last meeting, I recall members of the staff, members of this commission, and also members of the firm representing the developers, these 2 words were repeated at least 10 times, constraints and limitations. So I think we can all acknowledge it. We've also heard it again today. And then, the burdens of compliance is not reasonable given the site or the intensity of the development. So the UDO was stated by the firm, by the developer, that the UDO is unreasonable because of the size and the density of a building they want to put on a limited lot. So I'm a little confused about what is not reasonable. Is the UDO not reasonable or the development not reasonable? I need some clarity here because it doesn't make sense to me, especially being a resident. It's contradictory. Now, if there is going to be entrance and exit on West Morgan, we have a serious safety issue. Right, you're looking at 372 apartments, well over 450 parking spaces coming out, going in. Now, we're on a decline on elevation from Dawson down to Harriton, right? And the way I looked at the site plans here is that we had approximately 22 feet, 11 inches from curb to the entrance of this garage entrance. Now, unfortunately, I noticed on the plan that they were going to have a knee wall of 3 to 8 feet for going into the garage. My problem is exiting the garage, there is a wall immediately on the right. And for traffic to be making a right-hand turn only. Now, I measured my car where my head is, where my eyeballs are, sitting in my car is 8 feet from the front of my bumper. So as I'm coming down a ramp to exit out of this building, my car is now in the sidewalk before my eyes can see anybody coming from the right. Now, if you could consider yourself, when you're making a right-hand turn, you're looking left to make that right-hand turn to see if there's any oncoming traffic. Now, with children, pedestrians, people on bicycles, people walking, if they're heading west on West Morgan and a car is exiting, that car will not see them until they're into the sidewalk. That is a severe safety issue. I'm wondering who's concerned about this. And I'd like to know what the traffic has to say about this, because I believe that the state and the city were involved in the previous discussion at this previous meeting, and were not satisfied with the safety, would not recommend what they saw. But now I'm hearing that something's been solved, apparently, because we don't hear what's going on with this. Somebody's got to ask a question. Look, we all know that this landed in your laps, right? We're putting 10 pounds of crap into an 8-pound bag on that site. It's hard to do. They've admitted every time they did this, it affected that. Why should their problem be our problem, or the city's problems, or these residents? I feel bad for this commission that you were not approached by either planning or city council, and even your counselor that's your liaison. Nobody went to you or went to traffic to get a determination about the rezoning of this site. That's a failure in communication by the city. You should have been considered at that point. It is unfair for this to land on your laps, because two wrongs are not going to make a right here, folks. And somebody has got to listen to the residents down here. It's just not working. And I want to know what's been approved on that exit out there. And you should too. And that should have been told to us before this meeting, that there's been a deal made. That's what seems to have been happened, because it just disappeared. Is somebody going to ask questions? I hope so. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the public that would like to speak on behalf of this case? All right.
Can I also, just one more thing too, just as a reminder, this proceeding requires competent material substantial evidence. Competent evidence, one of the things that state law says, if you're talking about traffic safety, that in order to be competent, you have to be an expert in that area. So I just want to make sure you guys keep that in mind, because there's a lot of different testimony about traffic safety.
Thanks for that reminder. Good reminder. All right, so I'm going to open it up to the commission members to ask any questions.
Could we speak to Daniel King? Hey,
Hey.
good. Do we need to swear him in?
No, he's already been sworn.
Okay. So you heard a lot of things just go through here. Could you summarize what has happened from your perspective with this case in transportation review since the last time we've heard it?
To which specific question? Because what's in front of us today is
As relevant to
the
what's
forward
in front of us today.
Yeah, so what's in front of us today is the forward movement on Harrington Street. And they've done a fair amount of stuff. The slide is still up behind you to add alerts and safety measures to that entrance. They do have a lot that is very difficult to get in and out of otherwise. We feel like that they've done a lot of things. You guys ultimately have to make that decision as to whether you're going to approve it or not. But there have been extensive efforts made to make this a safe driveway and to add safety measures to alert pedestrians as well as the drivers of what's going on. They also are implementing the north-south Greenway connector with the parking protected bike lanes to help further shield bicycles from those movements. So those are some of the things that they've done, and they can certainly answer some of the questions about additional specifics there.
As it relates to the backward movement, do you feel like there's a safer option that could be explored?
I don't see one with what they've provided with the building that they're building.
Okay.
I'm going to ask that question a different way, and I think I heard you say it earlier, but do you have a concern with safety as it's presented in the design?
The way this is presented, I feel comfortable that staff can land with the designer on safety measures that were appropriate for the backing movement.
Is there a reason you've left that's been left for future determination versus addressed now?
just finalizing it through the plan review process. What specific safety measures are going to go in? There's a lot of safety measures that they've put up there as possibilities to present to this group. You guys are certainly welcome to condition things if you so choose. But
so to build on that,
usually that would be done during the design review process, not at a hearing like this.
So to build on that question, the safety features that we're seeing on the screen now have not been put on the plan yet? Or can we see them in the actual site plan?
I'll defer to the applicant of what's been put on the plan.
Yeah, so maybe just going along with that, I heard one of the witnesses I believe he used the word potential a number of different times throughout the presentation. So I think I would like to hear specifically what is intended to be provided so that we have that commitment as part of this.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll let the applicant make those commitments.
Yeah, I imagine they're kind of giving them up for us to discuss, but.
Okay. So again, Richard Adams with Kimley Horn. I can say that everything we have put on the screen, everything we have mentioned, the applicant is fully committed to provide any and all of that. Of course, subject to approval of staff through the detailed site plan approval. And I also, one thing that's not in there that I mentioned is potential planters to help push the pedestrians out a little bit to increase that. And that's not in the plan, but that's also a commitment, again, if approved by city staff. And any other questions on that? But again, everything we've talked about is committed if approved by staff.
And if I could just clarify, the reason that we have that is not just a potential, but we need to leave staff the deference of their expertise of exactly where these things will go, exactly what the combination will look like, and that some of that finessing happens throughout the rest of the design review, as Mr. King spoke to. And so we, in kind of answering this question and the question that was raised earlier as to an agreement, there's been basically an acknowledgement that we will do this as a minimum, and then we'll continue to respond to staff and work with staff as they say exactly which combination and where these things will go, but that we're committed to making all of these with the subject to staff's final approval.
Yeah, and I'm comfortable leaving it to staff to their discretion to work out through that site plan review with the applicant. So I do have one preference. I do not like bollards in the middle of the sidewalk. I think there is an image of that, so I would strongly urge you not to include those.
Weren't they not in the sidewalk, but in the driveway?
I think they were in the sidewalk as you walk along.
They were shown in the sidewalk, but certainly will support, again, city's approval on that. So.
Yeah, that would be awful. Richard, could you come up again? Just a couple of questions.
Sure.
Could you clarify? So when we're looking at the plans that were in the packet, the truck turn template there's a few things that don't look updated about it. The loading dock is still on the eastern side of Harrington. And so can we get to that somehow?
I'm sorry, what was your question, though?
Well, I'm trying to figure out, it looks like if you can, I can ask the question clearly if we can get to it is it on this presentation?
I'm sorry, what specifically do I need to find?
The truck turn template on the plans.
Do we have that on? I don't know that that's on this presentation. Do you guys have that?
I have the packet.
Yeah. What's been submitted?
What drawing is it on?
I think it's on the site.
It's page 27.
Maybe it's 26. There it is.
Do you know what sheet number it is?
C 3.30.
one here?
Yeah, could you zoom into that? I think before I ask the question, is this plan relevant to the case that's being presented in front of us right now? Because it looks like the previous plan in terms of where the loading dock is. Or the loading zone, the loading area.
So that is the general vicinity of the loading dock on the east, on the eastern side of
the loading
street.
area out on the street on Harrington. Is that still proposed?
Yeah. Why don't we call Emily up?
Okay. It looks like it went to the other side of the street.
So yes, my understanding is that the loading zone that's attached just to the left of the loading dock on that plan, it was actually going to be moved, and this has been a recent development in conversation with city staff along. So that loading zone will shift so that it's in line with the parallel parking.
Right. Okay. So I think you may understand what I'm trying to get at here, but if you take that truck turn template and you move it to the other truck and you recognize that that truck actually needs to come out where the loading zone is, the truck would be turning into the sidewalk. Is that correct? Or is that's the concern that I'm trying to get at here?
So on the east side of the bike lane and those bollards, there are, on the right side of the plan, there's 2 parallel parking spaces. Is that what you're talking about?
The the proposed hatch loading zone, right?
Yeah. Are you asking whether there'll be a conflict with the turning radius of the trucks?
Yeah, the turning radius seems like it would be into the sidewalk.
And some of that is still subject to final, I mean, these are preliminary based on
Yeah.
the approval of the backward and forward motion, and then those additional details and where exactly that would go will be subject to final review with transportation and through the ASR review.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Sure. It'll get figured out later.
Well, I mean, the plans, so that some of it's a little bit of a timing of, the full plans, and then it's still subject to the tweaking and things that have to happen with the striping and exactly how that's going to be laid out, is all going to be subject to final review through transportation and planning staff.
Yeah. I think it'd just be nice to see a truck turn template that was reflective of what was being proposed, so we could see how it looked.
Yeah, it does have a, it could potentially have a pretty dramatic impact on the streetscape, I think is what you're getting at, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Can you expand on the restricted hours for the loading dock?
Yes, the intent, the loading dock primarily will be for people moving in and out, which is obviously something that doesn't happen every day. And similar to, we have lots and lots of multifamily buildings all over downtown Raleigh that have move-ins and moves-outs. We can't say exactly when those hours will be, but I think it's reasonable to say that that there'll be only certain hours. Certainly not in the middle of the night when we wouldn't want crazy noises and times like that. But again, at this point, and I think it'd be kind of wrong to commit to permanent hours when this building will be in place for many, many decades and operated potentially by different entities over time. So anyway, I'm not giving you a lot of details, but I know there's not hard and fast hours, but they will definitely be restricted and managed by the building.
And the depth of the dock, how long of a truck can that dock handle without having the nose of the truck sticking out past the face of the building?
I'm going to ask Emily to come back up on that. Do you know the size of the vehicle that was modeled there? I believe it's a single unit truck. Is that? Yeah. Sorry.
It's a single unit truck, 40 feet long, 8 feet wide.
And do you know, will there be restrictions about that being the maximum size truck that you'll allow to park in this loading dock?
I don't know. I do know that it's that you don't need a tractor trailer to move into an apartment. I don't know of anybody I know that's moved into an apartment with a tractor trailer. I've never seen it before. And if it were a tractor trailer, they couldn't get in, and I think they would know that as soon as before they got there. So I don't know. That's I I would think that they would be restricted not to do that, but I can't. I mean, I'm giving sworn testimony, so I can't sit here and say that there's, this rule that's already been set, right?
Okay.
But again, I do know that there are apartment buildings all over downtown with loading docks of a similar nature. And I've never, in my many years working downtown, seen tractor trailer trying to move it, load an apartment. So hope that's helpful.
Thanks. And then, well, I'm going to reserve my next question till later.
I have another safety question that's maybe directed to transportation, but we've talked a lot about the safety at the sidewalk, but this exhibit shows the truck backing up over a crosswalk. Is that correct? And can we talk about that?
There might be some confusion about the line work on this versus the rendered plan. And so just to be clear, the curb that you see, I don't know if you can you see my cursor? Yeah. So this would be the curb line. This is street. This is street. The other part of Harrington is way down here. So we're showing the truck movement fully kind of in the street, not over sidewalk, except when you're in the typical situation where you're crossing the sidewalk to get into the loading dock itself. So these turn radius is showing it turning into the lane going north and then turning into the lane going south. And then this would be the separated edge of the separated bike lane and parking down here.
And I'm actually asking about the truck on the right side of the screen that looks like it's, the one
here?
a little bit down and to the right of that. A little bit further.
Oh, here?
Is that not a truck that's backing up over a crosswalk? Am I reading this wrong?
I mean, I think that's just a showing the trajectory of the truck as it pulls out.
But that would not be like a right-bound truck stopping on the crosswalk and backing up? I'm just trying to understand what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I'd invite Emily to explain it. I think it's just trying to show, I mean, we could put the truck backing up in several different locations in that trajectory. Do you want to handle that, Richard?
I just think the safety concern is being addressed on the sidewalk, but is it being addressed on the crosswalk? That exhibit makes me wonder. Yeah.
So as JB was saying, that if that's the departing motion, that's obviously they keep on going. And if it's the backing motion, then they would not have to go that far in order to back in. That's just an extension. You can see they're going straight for a good bit beyond what they would need to in order. They could start the backing maneuver. They would not need to go into the intersection to back into the loading dock, if that answers your question.
That was a much better shot, yes.
Other questions?
Question for Mr. King. And I just saw a little bit of a conflict between notes that I took from the last meeting and what I saw in the meeting minutes for today. I just want to clarify DOT's current position on the driveway. Is there anything specific that the DOT has indicated on the loading dock location, since that's what we're talking about today?
So DOT has not spoken on the loading dock location because this is not their street. Morgan Street is NCDOT's street, but Harrington is not.
So DOT has only commented on the one on the entry exit on Morgan Street.
That's correct.
Okay.
Same question, not same question, but a question for you. Are you willing to comment on the parking deck entrance and why that is no longer, how that's been resolved, or is because that's no longer part of this case, or are you going to defer on that?
I'll have to ask Catherine if that's appropriate for me to discuss or not.
Yeah, I mean, you guys, so you either have to meet the UDO or get a design alternate or a variance. So I'm assuming they found a way to, but I mean, if he wants to answer that, then he can, but I would make sure that you're considering testimony that's relevant to the standards for the request that's in front of you.
Understood. I know it's no longer relevant to this case. Just in terms of transparency and for the benefit of the public.
Yeah, given that, I'm happy to answer the question. So NCDOT, as I mentioned, owns and maintains Morgan Street. Through a tremendous amount of conversation with them and the applicant, the driveway is going to be restricted to a right-in, right-out movement. They will have things in place to make sure that there's adequate sight distance and ability to see not only vehicles but pedestrians as they make that movement. They're committed to determining how. We don't have the specific details, but to put a median into Morgan Street to enforce that right-in, right-out movement. The major concerns from a safety perspective were the left-hand movements in that driveway to begin with. So enforcing and restricting that to the right-in, right-out and ensuring adequate sight distance is what the city, NCDOT, and the designers have come to agreement on.
Okay. And the reason why there's no longer a driveway spacing is because it's a DOT maintained road?
Partly because it's an NCDOT maintained road, and partly because based on the shape of the lot and where the entrance to the deck has to occur, it's the only way they can access the deck. So we can't deny from a code standpoint access to their lot.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Any other questions? Applicant, are there any further comments that you'd like to make?
I'm happy just to summarize the evidence before you today. We've heard a lot of testimony, but we've heard competent, material, and substantial testimony from 2 expert witnesses who testified or reaffirmed the testimony that you heard in your January 5th hearing on each of the required findings, that this is consistent with 8.3.5 to provide safe vehicular, bicycle, and pedestrian access. Mr. Pung and Mr. Adams testified that the loading dock is in staff's preferred location, that the safety features will ensure pedestrian safety, and we confirmed here to you today that we'll continue working with staff to make sure that we incorporate any and all of those ideas in terms of safety that staff sees fit in their expert opinion. Mr. Pung also testified that the design strikes the appropriate balance between creating vibrant pedestrian-oriented spaces and streetscapes in this area of town with things like the frontage and the requirements that come along with those, and the necessities of accommodating vehicles. And that's really what these types of design alternates are for, trying to capture the vibrancy and the overall intent of the zoning code and then dialing it down to the real world practicalities of how those might conflict with the UDO, which is contemplated. And that is why design alternates exist for these types of conundrums. Today, Mr. Adams supplemented that testimony by explaining how this new change to the South Harrington streetscape will help reduce those vehicular and pedestrian conflicts by restriping and moving the bike lane to the west side of the street in a protected manner that will reduce those conflicts with that backward motion being permitted with this request granted today, if it's granted today. On the second finding, on Mr. Adams testified that the design does not increase congestion or compromise safety, and the proposed safety features will be effective in combination with review from your professional staff who are also experts in this field, and that the testimony today explained how those changes will not result in any kind of diminishment of that design. Mr. Pung testified that the request does not conflict with the approved or built city construction project, and Ms. Millen confirmed that here today. Mr. Pung and Mr. Adams testified as to the fourth finding, that accommodating the loading dock is not physically feasible due to the site's narrow, irregular shape and the existing development to the east. That was testimony before you on the 5th and before you here today. And I'd just like to summarize that, you know, in addition to that competent material and substantial evidence, which is required by law to be before you, and your attorney clarified that some of the testimony you heard today was about traffic or circulation. While that's of course understandable, and it's of course understandable that folks have an interest in what's going on around them, the only competent material and substantial evidence before you under our rules of procedure and evidence is that before you from Mr. Adams and his professional opinion that this will not compromise safety or increase congestion. We also had some discussion about concerns, generalized concerns about safety or generalized concerns about traffic, and those are not competent under North Carolina law. Once the applicant has met their burden of competent, substantial, and material evidence with expert testimony where required, that burden must be overcome by similar types of expert opinion. And so if you find that Mr. Adams, in his 30 years of experience, provided credible testimony, and Ms. Milliman, with her degrees and experience in the field, have provided competent, material, and substantial evidence here before you that was also reinforced by Mr. King, then North Carolina law requires you to go ahead and find in favor of this design alternate because it has not been rebutted by similar kind of testimony rising to that level. So while we certainly appreciate everyone being here, and we certainly appreciate the attempts at transparency and the concerns of the citizens, this is simply a different type of hearing that has very prescriptive rules about the type of evidence and the evidence that you are called upon as board members to look to when you make your decisions, and we've presented that here today. So I'm happy to answer questions and respect your time, as well as staff's significant amount of time, especially Mr. Kimbrell, in helping us to present a more streamlined case before you today. Thank you.
I only have one question. Could you just let us know where you are in the ASR review process?
Sure. We have not resubmitted in our second submittal pending this decision here today.
Okay, so you've had one review so far. You have not submitted for a second time yet.
Correct, because we spent the majority of the time making sure we were addressing and discussing with transportation on their request before submitting something back in.
Okay, thank you. Staff, anything additional to add, Mr. King or Casey?
Can I just add one question to Chairman's question? So is that why the plans don't reflect the diagrams that were in the presentation? Because you haven't had a... So I'm trying to figure out why the plans that we're looking at right here don't reflect the diagram.
Correct.
It's because you haven't resubmitted your second ASR.
Right.
Okay.
And there's a little bit of back and forth in that, just in terms of the timing of when we have the ASR, and then we were coming up with some of the diagrams to make sure that transportation was comfortable in going forward today. And so those would be, if the request is approved, the plans would be updated to reflect that.
Would be updated to reflect what we saw in the presentation.
Correct. And then the ASR resubmitted consistent with the design alternate approved, if it's approved today.
Okay.
Any other questions before we close the hearing? All right, hearing no additional questions or presentation of relevant facts, the commission will now close the hearing and bring the matter to the table. Any comments from the commission?
I certainly appreciate the added detail. I think that I appreciate the work that's been done with the city as it relates to the loading dock, and I think that generally what's being proposed is something that's very normal in an urban environment. In this competent materials and substantial evidence. I would love to see a turn template that, in a streetscape that is reflective of what is being proposed, and I don't see that. So it's hard to make a real confident judgment about safety when I can't see how the vehicles are moving in and out of the loading dock. But I do believe that could be figured out potentially by the city administratively.
Just to add on to, I think the location of the loading zone is reasonable. I think there are very effective mitigation techniques that we've seen before this commission many times around, back in, front, out, that can be very effective at pedestrian safety, particularly. So I think all of those things are very reasonable and, meet the intent to that regard. I do think it would be a more compelling case to that end if we were able to have some of those safety elements as part of the design, as well as to have plans that reflected that in front of us. And I don't know if that's a deficiency in the order of the system or what that is, but I stand in support of this. I think this design's reasonable as proposed.
Yeah, and I know we've got great staff at the city that will figure this stuff out. If it gets approved, things like planters that bump people off the building in order to give those trucks pulling out the ability to see people walking across before they get to a point where pedestrians are actually walking. So I'm confident that they would figure that out. And I guess in my mind, I'm trying to figure out, like, if the turn template actually showed the condition that was presented, which is the northbound lane up against the curb. And so that truck would, on the left-hand side, would be backing up along the curb versus where it's shown now would be on the oncoming lane. That may change some of the hardscape and how wide that entry needs to be for trucks to turn into the loading dock. But I don't know that that would change the basic question of, is it a safe condition or not?
Yeah, it's just, I mean, isn't it our job to see that stuff? I mean, I certainly don't want to create a precedent where we see something that isn't what, you know, we don't have details on what it's actually going to look like, and we approve it just because we assume that the city's going to, you know, I don't know that that's enough evidence. I certainly think it's probably fine, but, and I appreciate all the expertise that is telling us it is. But it seems like it's our job to make sure we're seeing the details. Anyway, I'm conflicted about it.
I'm a little confused why for this case versus all the other cases. The other cases, we've been to this stage where that detail has been able to be present versus this case.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, I think that's struggling with the same thing.
I think probably some of you guys probably go through that site plan approval in a little bit more detail than what I do. Are those turntables typically part of that ASR? Or are they provided as part of them?
When it makes it to Appearance Commission, we often are at that level of detail of,
Right.
you know, when we're mitigating or making, yeah. So.
Yeah, certainly not standard for nothing special, but in a scenario like this, it seems like it would be.
Yeah. I think I would echo your comment, Adam, about this being a sort of a fact that comes along with urban development. With the back end exit out, there are buildings immediately adjacent to this that have that exact same scenario, and I think there are a number of different measures that we can put in place. I personally really like the idea of the planters away from or at the building to help push pedestrians out away from that entrance, in addition to the other safety measures that are proposed. Curious what the commission, what other members would think about conditions on it at this point, or does that need to go through ASR?
Yeah, in a typical scenario like this, we would ask for a change of materials, some degree of a tactile indication, and then we've asked for other things before, such as, increased visibility for the driver exiting. The auditory and the sign, we've gone back and forth previously on the effectiveness of it, but
Yeah, I'll just I'll echo Adam and some of the other people's comments that I think we've had plans like this come before us where we have a site plan that has located exactly where the specific pieces of that equation that are going to be used, where they are, what they are. It is a little bit hard, I think, to kind of have to imagine some of that stuff, and the truck template, I think, is definitely hard to visualize without something really accurate in front of us.
yeah, I mean, we've, as an example, previously conditioned that there needed to be someone from the facility on site when it's in operation to help, guide the trucks in. As just an example, I'm not necessarily suggesting that here. I'm just at the level of detail we have gotten to previously.
Yeah. certainly, you know, it feels like a slippery slope when we're presented with, you know, whatever, 13, however many 18 options for what might be there. And, you know, I don't want to design this. I don't think that's what our role is. But I would like to see what the design is, you know. And certainly not in the level of detail that would be seen in an SPR, but at least something that reflects meeting the intent of the design adjustment.
I'll just add, I think on the flip side of that, where they've moved the parallel parking and the bike lane to the opposite side of the street is the best situation.
Yeah.
And I commend
Agreed.
you guys for doing that.
Yeah.
And so that is going to leave this loading dock with limited options as far as what that curb cut looks like in order for those trucks to make those turns.
Though there is a loading zone that will be very effective for this property for the longer trucks across the street. And I do think the counsel for the applicant had a good point at the end of, you know, competent testimony to the degree of that this isn't a safe, you know, configuration is a good point.
Yeah, I agree. The streetscape improvement seems like a big win.
So then I guess the question at hand, it sounds like, is whether we would, if we need to see the safety mitigation that's going to get incorporated into the design before we're comfortable to approve this.
I think that's a valid question. I do think we haven't heard any testimony that would say that this isn't a safe. What's proposed in front of us is, you know, unsafe in terms of expert testimony.
Yeah, I certainly think what I imagine what will come out in the end from the presentation we saw will probably end up being safe, but we don't. But it doesn't. It's not reflected on this plan. That's the thing that I'm struggling with. Is we have conflicting information in front of us, and the information that we have at the highest level of detail is not the information that is being presented as meeting the intent. You know, I think if it was up to me, I would want to see these ASR plans updated to reflect what was presented in the presentation. But you know, I am confident that it probably what they're proposing can work. It's not that abnormal from what we've seen in other cases.
I would be normally. I guess we're a little bit further in the site plan process. It feels like, because what I want to avoid here is us making conditions on what we deem is safe without city staff having also weighed in on some of that. And I don't feel like we're at that point yet. I think a lot of times what we see is city staff has weighed in on these measures, and then we may we may condition something in addition to that. That's where I am with it right now.
And I can't remember a case where we didn't have that detail put in front of us, so that the staff could stand before us and confidently say, yes, with the measures that have been put in place, this is going to be a safe condition. And then I go back to this is, we're approving the concept of safety and leaving the details up to city staff. Any thoughts one way or the other? I mean, because it is our job to, let me get back to the findings, to be sure that the design alternate does not increase congestion or compromise safety, it does feel to me as if we should see a little more definition behind what is actually getting approved.
Yeah, I agree. And specifically, truck turn template that's reflective of the proposed streetscape and a streetscape on the development side that is reflective of that. And, you know, as many, you know, shown safety features as they want to actually put in the design or commit to at this point. You know, I think those are specific things that would help me feel comfortable that the evidence reflects the design alternate, intent of the design alternate.
Maybe to say that in another way.
Yeah.
Somewhat of a uncomfortable precedent to set of, you know, if there's a slide that is, these are all the things that could be a part of this, as far as mitigation techniques, that then is the extent of it. But I think I still, you know, in a quasi-judicial framework, would be in, you know, favor of moving forward, but it does make me uncomfortable. You know, I don't like exactly how it played out.
Yeah.
I do think that an updated truck turn template that reflects the actual condition is going to change that streetscape or that hardscape around as far as the curb cut, the width of it, and so forth. And I would also say that this truck turn template only shows the turn into one of those bays. Assuming the truck is traveling in one direction, I'd be curious to see what the other bay truck turn would look like.
Yeah.
I'm going to open the hearing back up and ask Ms. Schwiedler if you would be, would you be okay with this case getting continued until the March 2nd case to address some of these issues, or would you like us to rule on this tonight?
We're fine continuing it to rule on it in March and hope to have some of those things. I would present that some of this is a function of requiring the ASR to be submitted as part of your packet and it's necessarily going to be different from what you're presenting on the screen. So we're happy to provide those truck turning radii and some more detail on the safety features that were in the rendering. But I just think that's something that's probably germane to other cases as well. When you have what the ASR is submitted and then you're asking to deviate from it, it's just, I think that's kind of a little bit of a source of confusion here, but we'll try to clear that up for the next one.
And Casey, maybe you can comment on this, but the information that gets included in the packet to us that goes onto board docs, that doesn't necessarily have to only contain information from the ASR submittal that's already been made. Is that correct? They can provide additional information that makes their case?
That's correct. It typically does. It typically includes the application materials and additional plans, exhibits, renderings, whatever they choose to include, as well as the associated site plan set.
Okay.
And what we might request in this case, and some of those materials are requested the week following this hearing, and so there's not sufficient time. So what we might request in this case is be able to supplement that closer to the hearing so it's really clear as to the finalized design.
I am going to defer to Casey on that because I think there are some rules that she needs to follow regarding when we get materials and what gets uploaded versus what gets shown.
Yeah, the packet has to be posted online. I believe it's 10 days in advance of the meeting, and there's lead time, right? That once it gets to staff, we have to look at it and prepare all those materials and get them posted online. So that as you measure out from the meeting, it gets closer and closer to this meeting, right? So that's why you see sometimes the agenda packet, and then there'll be like a supplemental document that gets added, you know, just like an applicant might bring additional information to the meeting to present to you. I do try to provide that to you ahead of time if it's possible. So.
Yeah.
So I think if you could work with Casey and city staff to get us the most relevant information with them still having time to put all of it together,
No,
I think
absolutely,
that would be
and
great.
I know she needs the lead time to do that. We're not asking to bend the rules. We just want to make sure that, you know, it's not that we haven't gotten the materials together. It's hard to get all of that stuff together at the same time working with transportation to make sure it's completely clean, but we will do it.
That totally makes sense. I think I would just add personally, if the level of detail in whatever you bring to your presentation is equal to or more than the ASR, you know, we'll look at that. You know, it's not, I don't think it's the discrepancy between the two. I think it's the discrepancy in detail between the two.
Okay, fair enough.
And I would just add thank you to the applicant and to city staff for talking and working things out from the last time that we saw this case. I think it benefited everybody to have done that and come back today. So with that, I'm going to recommend continuing this case until the March 2nd meeting.
Thank you.
All right. Do we need to take a 5-minute break? Yeah, let's do that. If we could take a 5-minute break, we will be back here at 6:42. We'll get started again.
Yeah, and I'm probably going to excuse myself at this point because I don't think I've got enough time to fully hear the next case and vote.
I would agree with you.
All right.
Case number 4DA-29-2022 at 200, 206, and 210 Southwest Street, also known as Russ Bus.
Thank you. So this property is located at 200, 206, and 210 Southwest Street at the southwest corner of West Hargett Street and Southwest Street. The property is zoned downtown mixed use, 40 stories, conditional use. The applicant's project proposes a mixed-use building containing a bus passenger terminal, structured parking, as well as commercial and residential units. There are a number of design alternates being requested, so I'm kind of grouped them by category a little bit to make it a little easier to run through them with you. The first two have to do with transparency, and they're to reduce the ground story transparency on the building facade facing West Hargett Street, and to reduce the ground story transparency on the building facade facing Southwest Street.
Casey, could I interrupt for just a second? Could you just take a minute to explain why we're seeing this again and what the difference is between last time and this time?
Sure. So design alternates are associated with the approved site plan, or with the site plan. When the project came through before, it went through the design alternate process, the site plan was approved, and then sometime after that, the applicant came back with some changes to what was originally approved. And the UDO outlines the process and what sort of types of changes are allowed to a site plan. And the scope and the type of changes that were proposed by the applicant exceeded what what the UDO allows as a minor change. And so the UDO requires it to come back in as a new case. And so because it's a new case and the design alternates are tied to the case, it's back before you again with the design alternate requests.
And the second part of that is, can you talk about what's different here than in terms of the requests than previously? Are they the same requests?
I'll let the applicant, because I know they're planning to break it down in that way.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
yeah,
All right.
for the
That's
sake
fine.
of time,
Yeah.
I didn't want to repeat what they were doing
No, if they're
entirely.
gonna do it, that's great. Yeah, thanks.
No problem. And you know the drill. It's transparency is required. In this case, because it's a mixed-use building downtown, the ground story is required to have 66% transparency. And you have your two findings for transparency design alternates that have to be satisfied. The applicant is also requesting two design alternates related to the building massing requirements, and they are to reduce the step back requirement along West Hargett Street and to reduce the minimum step back requirement along Southwest Street. Buildings that are 13 or more stories in height are required to provide a minimum of 12-foot step back along each side of the building that's facing a public street. And so in this case, they have two public streets, and so both sides of that building have to provide the step back. There are 5 findings related to building massing that would need to be satisfied for the design alternate requests. This next group of requests have to do with the blocks, lots, and access section chapter of the UDO, specifically related to driveways in this case. So the applicant is requesting to reduce the minimum driveway spacing between a proposed driveway 2 and proposed driveway 3 along West Hargett Street. Reduce the minimum driveway spacing between a proposed driveway 3 and proposed driveway 4 along West Hargett Street. And then complete relief from the requirement for vehicles to enter and exit parking areas in a forward motion, and that is for a driveway proposed on Southwest Street. And again, you have 4 findings that are related to those design alternate requests that would need to be satisfied. And the biggest group we have is 9 requests that are from the street cross sections part of the UDO. These first 5 have to do more with the streetscape elements, and they are to increase the average street tree spacing along West Hargett Street, to reduce the minimum planting width along West Hargett Street and along Southwest Street, and to reduce the minimum sidewalk width along Southwest Street and along South Hargett Street. The applicant is also requesting complete relief from the bicycle lane requirement along West Hargett Street, to increase the parallel parking lane width on Southwest Street, and to reduce the travel lane width on both Southwest Street and West Hargett Street. And we have 6 design alternate findings that are applicable to those 9 requests that I just went through. And lastly, the applicant requests a design alternate from the Raleigh Street Design Manual to reduce the minimum driveway to intersection spacing along West Hargett Street between a proposed driveway 2 and the intersection of Hargett and West Street. And we have 6 findings for that as well. I'm available for questions, and I'll invite transportation staff up to share any remarks that they have.
Thanks, Casey. If you could state your name and position.
Sure, I'd be happy to. Mensa Webb, I'm a plan reviewer here at the Department of Transportation.
And Mensa, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
We have had extensive conversations, the city transportation staff, review staff, along with the applicant design team. As you know, this is the second time this has come up for a ruling here. Again, extensive conversations back and forth with the design team, working on ways to resolve or mitigate some of the concerns we have. And then some of the items here are still up for review. Of note would be the loading zone on West Street, the location of the loading zone and driveway there. Of note would be the sidewalk width along West Street, Hargett Street, and then the making sure we have the appropriate protection, safety for the bike lanes on West Street. And I'm happy to answer any and all questions as they arise.
Thank you. And now the applicant will present evidence and legal arguments in support of the request. If you could, please state your name for the record, address in relation to the case, and then if you have anybody that's going to testify, we can swear them in now.
Thank you. Molly Stewart, Morningstar Law Group, 421 Fayetteville Street, Raleigh. I'd like to begin by asking to submit our presentation and application materials to the record.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Go Triangle. We do have 3 witnesses with us today. First, for factual purposes, we have John Florian, Executive Vice President at Hoffman, who is the developer partner of Go Triangle on this site. I'll go ahead and name the others. We also have 2 expert witnesses, Natalie Carmen, Director, Civil Engineering at Stewart Engineering, as well as Betty White, Transit and Transportation Lead and Civil Engineer at Kimley Horn. I invite all 3 of those to come forward.
And if you could, for the record, please state your name, your address in relation to the case, and then I'll swear you in.
Natalie Carmen, I'm at Stewart, 223 Southwest Street in Raleigh. I have an undergraduate degree in landscape architecture from NC State and a master's degree also from NC State in engineering. I've been practicing land development in Raleigh for 10 years.
And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Next.
I'm Betty White. Address is 421 Fayetteville Street. I work for Kimley Horn. I have a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from Virginia Tech and have been doing transportation and transit engineering for 16 years.
And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm John Florian. I'm the Executive Vice President with Hoffman Associates. We are the developers and co-applicants with the Go Triangle, our development partners.
And
I'm at 11 West Franklin Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
thank you. And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much. Please proceed.
Thank you, and we'd like to offer Natalie Carmen and Betty White as our expert witnesses. So we have 17 requests before you this evening, and I will be putting them into baskets similar to what you heard from staff. I'm going to do it a little bit differently in terms of what you have some of you have seen before, to understand how this project has evolved. To give you an overview of how I'm going to present these items, I'll begin with a brief orientation to the site generally and the project overall, its location, and its goals. I'll also talk a bit about the previous approvals and how they relate to this case, as well as an explanation of the revised plan and the causes of that, and then go through those 17 requests, putting them into 3 baskets, some that were previously approved in exactly the form before you today, some that were approved in a very similar form and have some minor changes to them, and a few that are also brand new. So I'm going to be grouping them that way. So to start with the location, for anyone not familiar, this is the Rust Bus project. It is a bus station adjacent to Union Station, which you see there to the right of the outline site. North is to the left on your screen here. So this is on the west side of West Street. And you can see that it's in, of course, we're downtown. So the site, it backs up to the railroad. It's got a plaza on one side. So even though that's not a public street, that you'll see here in a few slides that the design of the building very much not only treats it as a public street, but as probably the most important public street that it faces. So it really tries to interact on that side as well as on West Street, with Hargett Street essentially being the entrance and exit not only to the parking deck, but also the bus station itself. So to give you an overview, here you see at the bottom left of your screen, that is Raleigh Union Station and the plaza in front of it, which kind of acts as a bit of a front yard for this site as well. And then you see those retail uses on West Street as well. Those are residential towers above. So a mixed-use site. So this is the side facing the Union Station Plaza. So you can see that although this side of the building isn't really driving any of our requests today, it's not a public street, it is sort of a focus of the project. And so as you've seen many times, mixed-use downtown buildings have, in particular with the transparency requests, there's a maximum that they can offer, right? On that ground floor, there are just so many competing uses that transparency has to be sort of carefully allocated. Much of it is on this side, not necessarily terribly easy to read in this view, but these are retail spaces as well, so you'll be able to see that. Another view, this is West Street, and so where you see the words "the court" there, that is a passage through from West Street that connects people from the street to the bus station itself. As I mentioned, with any downtown mixed-use project, there are so many competing uses for this ground floor, including the retail, including access to the upper stories for pedestrians and for vehicles, and in this case, including a major downtown bus station. So fairly unusual, but the competing uses for that ground story are many times more extreme than even for a typical dense downtown building. And I'd like to take a moment also too to step back and say, could this have simply been a bus station without all the density above it? Perhaps, and what we would have lost out there is sort of a project that makes sense and can fund itself. Also, just the activation of downtown. This is a gateway to downtown, and we've heard a lot of support for having density here, for having a place to support the kinds of businesses that we want to see around Raleigh Union Station and around Rust Bus, so that it's not sort of a desolate transportation corner of the city, but in fact a bustling transportation hub. So these are the goals that are being balanced on this site, and there's a lot of balancing to be done. As you know, the UDO has some inflexible requirements that apply everywhere in the city. Very difficult to meet downtown, but we also have this kind of relief valve mechanism available to us should we meet the standards, and we will show you how those are met today. Just to back up here on West Street, so you can see the mix of uses here. Most of that is retail. You also see that loading dock door, and we'll be spending a fair bit of time on that. So just to place that in context, and then that court entrance is over to the right where you see the green sign. So to talk about its relationship to the surrounding uses, not only is it adjacent to the Raleigh Union Station, but you see the Dillon there across West Street. other dense uses in the area, looking from Nash Square. So really a landmark and an entrance to downtown. As I mentioned, that plaza and the corner of West Street and kind of looking down West Street, these are the primary targets for activation. And so this is going to affect our requests. And so where you see transparency, things like that, you also see that brick wall that we'll be talking about. There are existing brick walls on this site. There are warehouse buildings that have been there for a very long time. And in 2 locations on the site, those brick walls are being retained. This is one of those locations that you see here. So just a reminder where we are. As we dive into our requests, most of them will be focused on Hargett Street, which is on the left here. That's the north side of the building across from, or next to Citrix, as well as on West Street with the Dillon across the street. So those are the 2 places where we'll be focusing our requests today. So this is the prior site plan that some of you saw. So this is where this was. You see those blue lines that I mentioned at the corners. Those are the brick walls that are being retained. You also see, if I can still mark on this thing, this area. So this was a multi-use driveway previously on Hargett Street, and you'll see that that's going to go away in the next iteration, just to give you some bearings here. And then you see the court and its location there. This is the update. So the court has moved over. That multi-use driveway is gone from Hargett Street, and in its place we have that service and loading area on West Street. So that is the major change to the layout of this area.
Could you toggle back and forth a couple times just so we can see?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
Let's see.
Okay.
Does that work?
Thank you.
Great. And I'd like to invite Betty White up to tell us a little bit about what happened during the site plan review process that resulted in this updated site plan.
Okay, so this is the new site plan, and as mentioned, the previous version here, there was the multi-use driveway for loading and waste on Hargett Street, and then there was also uses for service and loading within the bus facility. So as part of the process, we worked with the development team and potential waste management providers that would service the site. And in working with them to develop a program for the site and the uses of the site, it was determined that a compactor would be needed for the amount of waste that would be produced by this facility. And that wouldn't, there wasn't enough room on Hargett Street for that to fit and to have the turn movements required for the type of truck that has to service a compactor to be able to be used. And the same in the bus loop, there wasn't enough clearance for the type of like tipping truck that pulls the compactor on to go empty the containers. So additionally, there would have needed to be rollout bins that would have had to been rolled out onto Hargett Street, which would have conflicted with the pedestrian access to the bus facility on Hargett Street, as well as the bus movements turning out of the bus facility on Hargett Street. So we worked with transportation and the waste management providers to come up with a new solution, and that was to combine both of those loading and service areas to a new location here, basically mid-block on West Street. And that gives us enough width and enough depth to be able to have the compactor containers and then also provide service and loading in one location, which is away from the bus loop and away from the intersection at Hargett and West, because previously that loading area was really close to that intersection and causing some conflicts with turn movements. So having it mid-block gives them a lot more space and distance from those turning movements.
So with that background, hopefully that will give you the framework in which to view these many requests. And I will begin with the requests that are entirely new, that you haven't seen before. Actually, before I do that, I should mention, I think you already heard from staff, but I want to emphasize, although for ease of reference, I'll be referring to what was approved previously, those are not sort of applicable in any way to the current site plan that is being reviewed. So I don't want to imply that we have those as a fallback. We do not. So I'll go ahead and focus on the new requests today. Here is the list of requests in the format that you have in your materials, and we've gone through and color-coded those as far as which have no change from last time, which have a minor change, and which are entirely new requests. So you see here the ones in orange are the ones I will begin with, and the first 4 are those transparency requests. And then number 8 as well. That is our forward motion. I understand there may be some questions on that one. So we'll just dive in on all of these.
Can you hold on that slide just for a minute?
Oh, absolutely.
I'm trying to get my bearings straight.
Mm-hmm.
Oops. All right, thank you.
Okay, so we have our 4 transparency requests. Just a reminder that the standards, there are 2 for transparency requests. One that we are meeting the intent of the code, which is to provide for visual interest, as well as providing other means of providing that visual interest. So those are the points we'll be addressing today. So just to go through the details briefly on these, because we haven't seen these before. On Hargett Street, there's that requirement you heard from staff of 66% transparency between 0 and 12 feet. We are making a request for 63% transparency, so we came very close, but that is our bus loop side. And then half of that transparency is to be between 3 and 8 feet in height, and we are requesting that 40% be between those heights. So again, we were able to come close on these. On this slide, and you'll see it again, so here you can just focus on the top half, which is that Hargett Street side. If this is really sort of a reference slide, so it shows where the transparency is and which portion of that is between the 3 and 8 feet. So if we need it for any reason, it's there, and I understand there is a way to zoom in on it. I don't know what that is, but if needed, it's here for our reference. You'll see it again when we get to West Street. So on West Street, very similar. Instead of that 66% transparency, we are looking for 61. This is the section where the loading dock is located. So that is part of it. And instead of half of that being between 3 and 8 feet in height, the request is for 41%. So that slide again with West Street, on the bottom of the slide. And the gaps you see are really that loading dock. There's some impact as well from those brick walls that are being retained from the existing warehouses.
Could you go back for a minute to the second one? So
this one?
Yep, so there's that, and then go to the third one. So on our packet, the request number 3 is actually for a 5-foot building step back in lieu of the 12-foot step back. So on the slide that I asked you to pause on, the ones that were new versus previous.
Yep.
Could you flip back to that one for a minute? I just want to make sure that those align with what we're looking at. All right, so those are a little different.
What's different?
So request number 3 on our case information is for the 5-foot building step back along West Hargett Street in lieu of the 12-foot step back. Number 4 is for a 4-foot building step back along Southwest Street in lieu of the 12-foot step back. So it looks like things may have gotten
they're just numbered differently.
Transposed. So I'm going to take a picture of this instead. So I can keep them straight. All right, thank you.
Sorry for that confusion. Okay. All right. So to go to the end of these. Whoops. Okay. I would like to turn to Natalie Carmen to describe for us the impact of, or rather, what is driving the need for these transparency requests.
Thank you. As you can see in this slide, the existing facade to remain on either end is really driving the vernacular of the architecture, and that is where you're seeing the larger gaps between the transparency. Between that, where there is new facade proposed, the transparency is much larger.
Okay. So I understand that maintaining a portion of that existing brick facade is one way that we're creating the visual interest on these two facades. And are there other treatments that will offset that reduction in transparency in terms of visual interest?
Yes, there's three main design elements being utilized to provide that street interest. One is the extended height of the transparency that is provided at that new storefront. The second one, it's hard to see in this slide, but there's a articulation at the frontage and a recessed. I think it was most visible on the West Street perspective. That was, you want to?
You can push it all the way back.
So right here, you can see the articulation and providing interest in really utilizing that frontage to provide more activity on the right-of-way. And that activity on the right-of-way is provided both within the public right-of-way, and then here you can really see how that's being drawn interior to the site. And then also on the Union Station Plaza. So while this is not a public right-of-way, it is a public-owned piece of land, and because of that, it was really prioritized for those public spaces and transparency. So while this is not where transparency is required, it's where it's provided given the utility of the site.
Thank you. So we've heard several measures that are offsetting that transparency, including additional transparency within this passage over on the plaza and the additional height and these angled walls. So it is our understanding that the two standards have been met at this location. So we'll proceed to the request for complete relief for the requirement for forward motion and leaving a driveway. This may take a moment. Let me get back to our slides here. Oops, there we go. Okay, so although this is put in the bucket of requests that are entirely new, we actually did have a similar request last time on Hargett Street. So the driveway that I showed you in the introduction that is going away was approved for that backing motion into the dock there. So this is moving over to West Street, and for that reason, we've called it a new request. So I will bring up a more helpful slide, going in the wrong direction. There we go. Okay, and I would like to ask Betty White to address for us where on the site different types of vehicles will enter and exit the site.
Sure. So you can see here on Hargett Street, we're trying to draw, yep, is where buses would enter the site for the bus facility. Here on Hargett Street is where buses would exit the site on Hargett Street. And then so that would primarily be typical Go Triangle buses, 40-foot buses, and then any paratransit vehicles that are servicing the site. And then the other location on Hargett Street is the parking deck entrance and exit, which is here. And then we have the service and loading area, which is mid-block here on West Street. And that would be for the waste management vehicles as well as residential move-in, move-outs at that service location. And then the other one would be temporary on-street parking here along West Street, and temporary loading spaces on West Street.
Thank you. And which of these access points will require a backing motion at times?
The only location would be the service and loading dock that's mid-block on West Street.
Thank you. So I want to move on to, so what would be the impact of eliminating that back-in access on the loading dock?
So if we could not have the back-end movement, then the compactor and trash would not be able to be accessed by the type of trucks that they have. So that would result in the rollout bins that would need to be put out on the sidewalk in front of the facility, and then and that causes congestion on the sidewalk for pedestrians, and then also congestion on the street after they're emptied for the bins to be in the street. So it was requested that we find a solution where the waste management could be dealt with interior to the site rather than have the bins be rolled out onto the street.
Thank you. And I have a couple of more questions for you on this point. But before I move on to those, I did want to note one key difference between this request and the one that you saw previously today, which is sort of a procedural wrinkle that happens when we come to the Appearance Commission for design alternates. We are required to be bringing to you every request that we and staff agree that we need to get our site plan approved. And so in this case, because the requests are in alignment with our site plan and they are sort of large and affect sort of major building components, that requires us to be here at an earlier level of design so that we can't get to the level of design where you would have certain design details, signs, things like that. So I want to point that out before moving on to the next question, which is what planned operational measures will ensure the safety of the backing motion into the loading dock?
Yep, so similar to the previous case that was just discussed, in this location, there would be property manager that would be present, and they would have a dock manager assigned to allowing access to the service dock. There would be a roll down door that would have to be rolled up to be able to provide access. So someone would have to come out there at the scheduled times for those vehicles to enter the site and roll up the door, allow entry, and then roll it back down. So it would be secure and scheduled times that would be approved with the property manager. And then we would also similarly have safety measures installed that would be visual safety measures as well as tactile safety measures to indicate where the loading dock is and when vehicles would be entering the loading dock.
Are we aware today of any sort of physical design elements that would assist with safety as well?
So we've talked with staff about different options for the safety measures similar to the previous case. Because we're not at that level of design, they haven't been detailed out in the plans yet, but we have discussed the different options and agreed that those would be, the detail would be incorporated as we advance the design in the next phases. Yeah, and so the tactile measures that I mentioned would be a different sidewalk treatment, whether that be a different type of paver or color or some tactile indication that would alert someone that they're entering a different space that allows vehicles to enter the right-of-way.
Thank you. All right, so in summary, we've heard that the loading area would permit the trash and recycling containers to remain inside the building rather than out on the sidewalk or in the street, so that this sort of limited use loading area could avoid congestion on the sidewalk, also in the street caused by those containers. We've heard that the project design prioritizes safety by ensuring that most vehicular entrance and exits will use forward motion only, with one exception. And in that case, the majority of users would be backing in a motion that is highly visible to other street users at this location. So additionally, this new location avoids the potential conflicts between the service and loading vehicles and the bus facility vehicles that you heard about, as well as with passengers moving to West Street. So avoiding potential conflicts with turning vehicles since it's located mid-block on West Street. So in short, this represents a limited interruption of the sort that's very much expected in the downtown area, and particularly in connection with a major bus station and mixed-use facility. So I think we've heard evidence from Betty that this proposal maximizes the safe, efficient, and convenient vehicular and pedestrian access to the site, as well as minimizing sidewalk and roadway congestion, and compliance. It would not be physically feasible in this area. So with that, that completes all the new requests. I will briefly turn to those that represent minor changes from last time. And here, I'm going to start with sort of a large overview as well. So we're going to start with, if you would just look at Hargett Street here, this block face, having to accommodate the entrance exit, the bus loop, all of that. It is simply not physically possible to meet all of the driveway spacing standards at this location. Get to those requests. Here we go. So to contrast these with the previous approval, on Hargett Street, we actually left the driveway numbers as they were. Driveway number 1 is simply gone from this frontage, but driveways 2 and 3, we're looking for a minimum of 67 feet between them, and they were previously approved to be 70 feet apart. So a 3-foot difference here. And there you see that distance. And between...
Could you go back real quick?
Yeah, sure.
So you said you got rid of a driveway, and then there's a 3-foot difference between the previous.
Right. So previously, we had requested a 70-foot different distance between the 2 bus loop driveways, and here we're looking for 67. And then similarly, oops, that's the other one. Driveways over at the intersection. Oh, we don't have that ad. Okay, so this is 3 and 4. So 3 and 4 is on the same slide. These were previously approved to be 39 feet apart, and actually we're here requesting that they be 41 feet apart, so 2 feet farther apart than they were previously. So to round out the driveway-related requests, here we have the driveway distance to intersection on Hargett Street. This only applies to driveway 2, and here we're looking for a requested distance of 110 feet. This is also 4 feet farther than was requested last time and approved. So I'd like to turn to Betty, I think, on this one. Can you please describe for us why the changes in the driveway locations are needed along this Hargett Street frontage?
Yeah, so when we made the changes for the waste management relocation to West Street and removed the driveway on Hargett Street, the building footprint was also adjusted. And so we were accommodating that new building footprint, and then we were also trying to balance the sidewalk or boarding area width within the transit facility. So you can see here and here are places where, like all along here, people are going to be boarding buses, and so we were trying to balance and maximize that width for people to be able to load buses at the bus bays. So by adjusting those driveway spacings, we could get a wider sidewalk boarding area for the transit riders.
Our final 2 requests that reflect minor changes, let's clear that, to what was approved before, relate to sidewalk width. So to step back on this one, I think you're familiar with the Christmas plan area. There was a relatively recent change to the UDO. I think a while back we would have been here asking for a narrowing of the required right-of-way. Because we're here within the Christmas plan area, those rights-of-way are narrower than the street type would otherwise require. The UDO has changed so that we don't have to make that request anymore. However, the elements that make up that width have not changed. So it is not possible to meet every element that's required within the right-of-way within these narrow rights-of-way. So anytime you're within those streets, you have to come in and ask for a reallocation of the components of those streets. And it gets allocated in different ways. In this case, there are a lot of competing uses, and so it's been allocated among multiple pieces of that street profile, some of which are kind of back in the back here in the section of things that were previously approved, travel lane widths, things like that. So it's been sort of, the pain has been shared across the right-of-way, I guess is the short way to say it. But specifically, we do need to bullet each one of those requests and make each one separately. It's part of the reason we have so many requests here today, is just that we couldn't possibly have fit all of those things in that existing street width. So in this case, here we are looking for on West Street, a minimum 6-foot sidewalk width. Now this is a minimum. It relates to a particular pinch point. So we will there's the location. Another wrinkle of this is that the way the sidewalk width is defined in the UDO, it excludes areas that most people would consider to be within the sidewalk, areas between the planters, things like that. So this is a pinch point. This is the minimum that is needed here for the most part. It doesn't.
Can you circle it on the plan or show us?
It's circled.
Oh, over there. Oh.
And just to clarify, so you're saying what's the width that's pictured there?
This was the 6-foot.
So it's 6 feet there between the building face and the planter?
That's right. I don't have that right. We're going to turn to the experts on that one.
So just to clarify, and Molly spoke to this, but the 6 feet excludes the 4-foot wide planting strip. So even though there is not a planter there, I know it's a little confusing, that gray box is actually a water meter.
Right.
So there is effectively 10 feet of clear space between the planter and the existing building facade, but we cannot count the 4 feet of planting strip because it is, we're not allowed to do that.
But in this scenario, do you have 10 feet of like flush hardscape?
Correct.
Okay, cool.
And then just, while we're here to clarify, this 11, so it's actually 11 feet 9 inches is kind of the typical condition between the tree and the tree grate in the building face. So that's for the majority of the frontage, we are providing that wide space. And then right here is another pinch point. It's also 11 feet there. So from a functional standpoint, pedestrians are able to traverse West Street.
Is that image in the bottom right-hand corner like accurate to the pinch that we're talking about?
Is it accurate to the pinch?
The 6-foot pinch that we're talking about?
No, this is a conceptual way of how we're trying to have multifunctional planting areas.
And you said you can't count the planting strip area, but that planting strip area is hardscape in this. So it's
Correct.
effectively, essentially almost 10 feet of actual hardscape width, not.
Correct.
And it's not vegetated, it's hardscape.
That's correct.
Right.
Okay, so similarly, clear that. On Hargett Street, a sidewalk width of 7 feet is proposed at its narrowest point. This is 1 foot narrower than was previously approved. And I'd like to understand what factors required this design alternate.
All right, this is another instance of a unique pinch point. So we've got a 66-foot right-of-way, but there's an existing building to remain, and that building actually encroaches the right-of-way. So it's about 2 feet into the right-of-way. And then the reason for the change is that there was an architectural change that added a door. And so while there is 9.5 feet of clear space between the tree grate and the building, when the door is open, there's only 7 feet. So it's a unique pinch point, and that door is put there to meet the 50-foot door spacing requirement.
Do you know what that door goes to? Can you,
It is being considered for retail restaurant space currently.
Okay.
Right, I think I covered the existing brick wall is really what's setting that hard parameter.
So as you heard, it is simply not possible to meet all the required street elements at this location given the width of the street. The reductions have been allocated, and in this case, as you see, the vast majority of these sidewalks do meet requirements. There are certain pinch points that we are here to address today. And finally, I will move to the requests that were previously approved that we are back requesting again without any changes. And there are 7 additional requests here, so I'll go through those briefly. So there was the reduced facade step back on both street frontages. Again, no change. There was the tree spacing and planting area width relief. That's part of that overall street section allocation of the narrowing. We also had complete relief regarding the bike lane on Hargett Street, and if you recall, that was kind of keeping the bikes away from that bus loop. We also had minor changes to the width and use of the parallel parking lane on West Street, and just a bit of background on that. Although we have allocated the narrowing of the street to many different components, in this case, these parking lanes becoming a multi-use drop-off and temporary loading, that relates to again a rather extreme situation that we have here with 2 major transit hubs, the retail, the dense residential on both sides of the street, the office on the other side of the street. So just many uses that make allocating space to food deliveries, drop-offs, pickups, things like that, these quick uses of that space, a higher priority than you might see in other locations in the city. There's a reduction to the travel lane, again, just part of the general narrow right-of-way that we have here. So as we noted, you have descriptions in your materials of how each standard has been met for each request. We are prepared and happy to walk through each of those standards on each of those requests. But for the moment, I would like to simply invite Betty White and Natalie Carmen up to talk a little bit about those standards that were in the application materials that you have and that have been admitted to the record. Have you both had a chance to review those responses in detail?
Yes. Yes, I have.
Have you noted any inaccuracies? Are the answers accurate and complete?
Yes, they're accurate and complete.
Yes, I've noted them to be accurate and complete.
Thank you, and our team looks forward to addressing any questions you may have.
All right, thank you so much. Thanks for the thorough and well thought out presentation to make this as simple as I think it probably could be. So we'll hold the questions for the moment. So regarding the public, we'll now hear from other individuals in the public wishing to provide factual testimony concerning the request. Is there anybody here from the public that wishes to speak on behalf of this case? All right, please come up, and as a reminder, witnesses should provide factual testimony as to how the project does or does not meet the applicable standards. The commission must base its decision upon evidence in the record, not personal preference or opinion. So if you could please state for the record your name, address, and relation to the case.
Yeah, my name is Peter Gabor. I live in Bloomsbury at the corner of Hargett and Boylan. And so we're getting closer to where I live from the last presentation. And I have a couple of points I'd like to make, but I
swore him in before. Do I need to?
Oh, okay, right.
I need a clarification as to what the legal effect of my asking questions or presenting facts is. And since we have an attorney here, that can be answered, or someone with legal experience. So on the previous presentation, the Parker Poe attorney said that as a matter of North Carolina law, while it was fine that we got input from the public, that as a matter of law, the only thing that could be considered basically was the testimony of experts, lawyers, planners, other qualified people. So what is the legal status of what I'm about to say? Does it have any legal effect at all under North Carolina law? Because if it does, then she's wrong. She's not here to defend herself, but she's wrong. If it has no status, then what's the point of my talking or asking questions or setting out facts? Can I get an opinion on that from a lawyer?
Do you want to address that?
Yes,
Or?
just so I'm clear, are you talking about the prior case or this case?
No, I'm talking about as a matter of law, what is the status of what I'm about to do?
I'm just asked because you mentioned the attorney at Parker Poe, which was the previous
Yeah,
case.
Yeah, but the point she was making applies to this one as well, does it not? What's the legal
Because
status
we-
of
we say-
of my position as a member of the public testifying here under oath?
Yeah, I mean, we even say that provide factual testimony concerning the request, and
It has to be
factual
presented
testimony.
through an expert. in
I'm happy to
that field.
answer for the commission in the event that you would like to know.
Please, yeah.
So in this proceeding, you have a standard, and there's a burden to produce competent material, substantial evidence as to each of those elements to be granted the request. What is competent evidence? Well, let me back up for a second. So parties, the applicant, the city, anybody who has standing to appeal a decision has the right to participate as a party, which means you can submit evidence, cross-examine witnesses, etc. Other individuals who wish to speak who have competent material, substantial evidence can also present testimony that's not repetitive and as allowed by the board chair. Competent testimony is there are certain things that only experts are competent to testify to. That includes traffic safety, property values, typically stormwater, other things that you would expect an expert testimony would be needed. Other people or lay or non-experts can give factual statements, but they cannot give any opinions that would require an expert testimony. Does that answer the commission's question?
Thank you. So as a matter of practice, if we don't have, as members of the public, making facts, asking questions, if we don't have experts with us, it does not have the same legal effect as me asking a question. Is that correct?
Well, I think factual, you can provide facts.
And city staff are competent experts here presenting
And I'm
the
not.
case.
Correct.
Well,
I think maybe you should find out what testimony he's seeking to admit and to see whether or not you have any questions about whether it's competent.
Okay.
I'm simply asking whether I need lawyers and planners to work, because there are other cases that are going to come up for us. Is that correct?
Why don't
As a
you go
competent-
through what you wanted
Okay,
to say, and then we can comment
Here's a
it.
question I've got. Do the plans that are involved here look at Hargett Street in terms of its current traffic going east and west across railroad tracks? You're going to be having buses pulling in and out. You're going to have ingress and egress to parking lots onto Hargett. What's contemplated for Hargett, for that street? I specifically asked that question because there is another issue lurking in the background here, which is that the high-speed rail requirement for federal funding is that there be no level crossings in urban areas. So this has been discussed in other settings, but there is a very high chance that Hargett will be closed. We live on the other side we live up the hill from that. Has any consideration been given to that in these plannings, or are we going to get the standard answer that it's too early to know while this goes ahead? So I'm asking if they could answer that question for me. And also in terms of what kind of volumes of traffic in and out of the parking ramp are anticipated. I don't know whether that's part of this presentation or not. You're talking about a lot of vehicles, buses, cars, in and out on very narrow street. And we live in the area, so obviously we're interested in that. So I don't know whether that's appropriate for these people to ask, or this is the right venue, but those are clearly questions that are of interest to us. Thank you.
Certainly, those are similar questions that I think the commission has, so we'll make sure those at least get asked in this hearing.
Asking who?
We can bring up transportation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And for future cases, Catherine, can you comment on if anything that was just mentioned or questioned is inappropriate, where this gentleman in the future might need an attorney present to ask?
Yeah, I can't give any legal advice to a private citizen, but I would just reiterate what I already stated.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a lot of what you said was factual, and questions that come to mind because of those facts. So I personally don't see any issue with everything that you discussed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here from the public that would wishes to speak on behalf of this case? All right. Let's see. I'm going to open it up for the commission to ask questions to applicant or staff.
Seems like a good time to have Mensa come up and maybe address some of the questions that he heard, or we can reiterate them.
Good evening again. Addressing the concerns on Hargett Street, looking at the impacts of additional traffic, vehicles, the parking deck, buses. The applicant team did submit a trip generation letter to city staff for review. It was determined by city staff that an overall or more thorough in-depth traffic impact analysis would not be required. We don't know exactly when the closure of Hargett for the high-speed rail will happen. We know it's being planned right now. I can't give more details in terms of a specific date in terms of when that will happen. And then what will essentially the design features, or whether that connection will be completely severed for pedestrians. It will be for vehicles, but for pedestrians or bikes, I don't know those details right now.
So the trip generation and the design in terms of traffic appears to me that it's been designed considering that Hargett may be closed. In your communications with the applicant, does that reflect what you understand?
That does reflect what I understand, yes.
Okay.
I've got some questions for the applicant. So let's talk about that loading, the loading zone, the loading dock. So I'm just curious, the parking that's in front of it, is that parallel parking that is going to be like paid parking spots?
So we've been talking to transportation about that, and right now we're saying that those are going to be temporary parking / loading spaces that would be time restricted, and we would work with transportation to determine what the uses of those and times would be, and how that could be signed. We've also talked about that being kind of a flex space if there's an event or something like that could change. So working with staff, they've requested that we kind of work with them to decide how that could be managed and enforced for those spaces on West Street.
That makes sense. That
It's not, we haven't talked about paid parking, but we have talked about just using it for different uses.
well, paid would make it more difficult. If
Right,
it's
yeah.
timed out, then you don't have to worry about somebody parking in front of the loading dock for hours at a time if there's somebody that needed to get in. And so the plan, kind of the streetscape treatment at that loading dock, it doesn't look from the plans that we've got like there's a curb cut shown or anything yet. Is there something planned, or is there going to be a rolled curb, or what do you anticipate for that?
We were anticipating a curb cut. Let's see, there we go. It may just not be shown here, but we did try to show kind of a lighter color in that area so that to indicate that on the sidewalk level, there would be some type of differentiation between the tactile material and visual material to indicate that that is a driveway. But yeah, there would be either depressed curb.
Some of the plans show an embedded curb.
Yeah, we've looked at that, an embedded curb, so that the vehicles could enter, but still could have a differentiation line for if there was a car parking there in the temporary space.
So like a rolled curb, an embedded curb.
I would
Kind
call
of
it
like the
embedded
curb comes down to
Yeah,
the
rolled
grade.
curb
Mhm.
sometimes
Okay.
can be raised, yeah.
Okay. And then I'm curious, I was looking at the elevations. Can you describe that loading dock door and what that looks like, what the materials are?
Mm-hmm. So And the renderings here on the left is a rendering. The exact material I don't think has been determined yet, but we've worked with the architect to look at different options. We did determine that it would be some type of roll-up, roll-down door that would be locked when it's rolled down. So the dock manager would have to come out and unlock it and open it to be able to allow access. And then after it was used, serviced, they could roll it down and lock it. So, you know, a person driving a truck wouldn't just be able to go in there at any time of day.
So I've got a recommendation.
Okay.
At this point. So there's a really nice project in Charlotte, Johnson and Wales Culinary Institute, and they have a loading dock door on a street front like this that actually is made out of storefront. You can't, it's spandrel glass, so you would never know that it's a loading dock. And I would just ask you to consider something like that here in such a prominent place on such a prominent project.
I second that.
So, a couple more questions about this loading dock. If waste management wasn't an issue, would you still need this loading dock?
We need some way to provide service and loading. So we need some way to provide residential move in and move out. The city transportation has.
Let me rephrase
Yeah.
it. If waste management wasn't an issue, would you still need a loading dock on West Street, or could it go back to Hargett?
If waste management wasn't an issue.
Because it was on Hargett.
Right.
And
yeah.
it sounded like from what we heard in the case that it was because of the compactor.
Yeah.
I'm just clarifying that if the waste management wasn't an issue.
Yeah, if it
wouldn't
wasn't
be on
an
West
issue.
Street.
Yeah. And so I think when we talked with the waste management providers, they estimated a larger amount of waste than we had estimated just in our designs initially. And so then once we got into it with them and they provided more details about how they do their calculations, it was much larger than what we had anticipated. So for particularly recycling, the compactor would be needed because of the amount of recycling that they calculate would be produced. And then a larger area for the trash was also required.
So there is a precedent in Raleigh for using underground waste management solutions that happened on Wilmington Street. Have you all explored any other options that may not have such a big impact on the architectural and site plan in looking at this issue?
I believe in talking with the architect that we did talk about that. I think there were issues with being close to the railroad tracks and going underground. And I remember like going through a lot of different meetings and talking about that. I don't remember the exact reasons that we went away from that, but I'm pretty sure it had to do with being up against the tracks and against Raleigh Union Station. Is that what you recall?
Yeah, I just want to clarify our meetings were with city's staff, Marion Stanley, and identifying alternative solutions for refuse collection, and this was identified as the best solution for the site.
With the city?
With the city.
Okay, thank you.
And I've got a question for Mensa. So related to this loading dock, do you have any concern about safety with the location that it's at?
There are some concerns regarding safety. Having such an active streetscape, pedestrians, bikes, essentially the different conflicts from such a large multimodal facility. There would be concerns in terms of the safety for pedestrians, the visibility, the movement of vehicles reversing either in or out of the right-of-way, similar to the 330 Hargett case. And then one thing that was expressed earlier is that the opportunity to either delineate sidewalk or the driveway to give visual cues, signs, lighting, to enhance visibility and awareness that there may be vehicles coming in and out. So.
Okay. Do you think that those concerns can be overcome through different design details and some of the other things that we've talked about as far as change of pavement material and other warning signs?
Yes, I do.
My question is related to proximity to the entrance and exit from the Dillon parking deck.
Sure.
And this particular loading dock. Do you have any concerns about what might occur at those two locations should some simultaneous traffic appear there?
Sure, there's a concern. My understanding, the Dillon entrance on West Street is more for vehicles going to the parking structure there. And then from my understanding, the Dillon uses kind of a recessed access in so they can actually queue on site. So it's slow movement coming out of that Dillon driveway. That may be a concern. I would imagine that, with Dillon, that Dillon driveway, access to the Dillon building, having more vehicles in the AM, PM peak, I would hope that the scheduled delivery, it's not deliveries, but scheduled move in, move out, or solid waste services would not be during those times for this particular project. So I think there is a relative concern, but I do think that there's a way to work around that temporarily.
Is there any other example in the city where there's a loading zone in front of a loading dock?
A loading zone in front of a loading dock. I think we just saw a case earlier. They're proposing a loading zone in front of a loading dock. Prior to,
I mean, like on the same side of the street versus just considering it.
I can't think of any. We have a ton of projects downtown. I have not reviewed all of them, so I'm not aware of I'm not aware of any other locations where that may be that may happen.
Can you think of a precedent where there's parking in front of a loading area that you would consider safe?
He added some to that question. Can I think of where there's parking in a loading area? No. Where it's safe, that adds to it, of course, no. Because there's no telling when you may have an owner of a vehicle that may leave something there overnight, and there needs to be an access to that driveway, and now you have to get other parties involved in terms of a tow truck.
Just have a dedicated tow truck.
You're gonna have to.
I've been a victim of that.
Thank you.
I got one more question for you. The future BRT bus location, is BRT still being pursued?
BRT is still scheduled to have a bus stop or loading station at the south end of this particular project frontage. And that is, from my understanding to this point, is still planned.
Okay.
I have a question about bike access. For people, like say you're arriving to the bus station on a bike, where would you park, for the day or?
Sure, there has been, should be discussions going on about relocating a nearby bike share station to the Civic Plaza. So that way, in terms of Russ Bus being the complete multimodal transportation facility, bikes, peds, the adjacent train station, of course, buses, then you have the adjacent parking deck or structure. So that, from my understanding, is the plan, and having the bike share station there. And I do believe that there will be bicycle facilities in the actual bus station. I do believe that's correct. Okay. And there's bicycle parking in the right of way.
This may be for the applicant, but on Hargett Street, on the plan, it looks like there's a striped area, and I think we talked about this the last time. Is that just this striped portion on Hargett and the median? That's not planted, is that correct?
Correct.
And is that the same as what we saw the last time?
Yes. Yeah, and it's required to allow for the bus turn movements out of the bus loop, because if you just did a typical striped center line, the buses would go over the center line. So we're allowing them to be able to make that movement, turn into the striped area, and not enter the travel lane where oncoming traffic would be.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And just for my clarity, are we seeing a large medium in the middle of Hargett Street?
I think that's what we're referencing, is it's a striped median, nothing
Striped median, not a
raised.
built.
Right, nothing raised, because the buses need to traverse that area to be able to make those turn movements.
Other questions? Need another minute?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. Take your time.
What I think last time there was a deal of thought and question around the parking deck entrance visibility to the bus entrance. Is there anything proposed here to address that conflict?
Nothing's changed in that area. So the same situation would occur where there's cars exiting the parking deck here and pedestrians that are traversing the sidewalk and transit users that would be accessing the transit center. So that would be the exact same condition. Nothing has changed in that area. We haven't refined the design or advanced that in any way, but.
In widening the platform, it does provide slightly more.
Oh,
space
yeah,
between the cars.
there's just not, yeah, so there is a wider sidewalk there. So previously there was a narrower area for people,
Right.
pedestrians to wait. So there is a wider sidewalk, but I thought you meant visually, is there?
Right. And I believe last time there was a condition that was put on it
Yes,
here
yeah.
in terms of. Okay.
There was, yeah.
Oh, that's a good question.
And I know that was left kind of
Catherine?
to work with staff to determine what the solution ultimately was there, but what was the result of that?
That's still the same, it's in the same condition as what,
So that conversation didn't advance further because this
right.
has
we
been
were
in the
trying to
same
make
place.
the other
Okay.
changes, yeah.
Catherine, you probably know what my question's going to be.
Do I have the condition? What's the language?
And do we need to go back through what we approved last time, all the conditions that we put on these, to put them on them again?
No, so think of this as a whole new, I know you have context from last time, but this is a whole new evidentiary hearing, new application, basing it off of the evidence submitted at this hearing. So I do have that condition language, it's like I keep all, other ones to use. So I can tell you what it was if you want to know what it is. You did impose 2 conditions in the last case.
Yeah, that would be great to hear those.
Can you go through
Let me
those?
tell you what they are real quick. One of them, I'm not sure if it's applicable, but the first one was that the applicant will provide a traffic calming measure to reduce the speed of vehicles egressing the parking deck located on Hargett Street. And the second one was that the applicant would provide increased transparency between pedestrians traveling on the south side of Hargett Street and vehicles exiting the parking deck.
Yeah, because we were worried about that wall. I have a question for, I'm not sure who, someone, someone in the applicant team. We haven't talked about the structure of the building as it relates to the transparency or opacity sightlines coming out of the parking deck, which we did extensively last time we saw this case. Could you speak to any changes that may have happened that would influence, or may not have happened, that would influence the conversation that we had previously?
About transparency.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say generally pedestrian safety
Oh, transparency between the parking deck and that.
in the bus loop.
We have not advanced that design. That was a condition from the previous, but that still has been something that we would do, following ASR.
Okay, so kind of nothing has changed
Right.
with
That's
the
what I
building in
meant.
that
Yeah,
sense.
I didn't, yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Okay. Other questions? No? I will ask the applicant if they would like to add anything further.
We appreciate all of your very good questions today. We hope that we've addressed all of your concerns, and we believe we've provided competent material and substantial evidence on each of the design requirements for these requested design alternates, and we request your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. And before you leave that podium, could you put up that slide that shows all the requests with the previous new?
Let's see. Nope. I think
I got
went the
one
wrong
more
way.
question too. Sorry.
No
we
problem.
go.
Go for it. Oh, easier to ask now than to have to open it back
Right.
up.
What level of public parking will be available in the deck?
Let's turn to our experts for that one. Public parking in the deck. That is to be determined.
Will there be public parking in the deck?
To be determined.
Okay. So it could just be servicing the residential with no public.
There are also retail uses, so it is unknown.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. Staff, anything else to add before we close the hearing? All right. Great. One last time, any questions from the commissioners?
I would just like to say, great job with the presentation. That's a hard presentation to put together without making it extensively long, and so thank you for that.
It's very clear.
All right, so hearing no additional questions or presentations of relevant facts, the commission will now close the hearing and bring the matter to the table. So I think we should just go through these on the screen as is. And if there are questions about any of them, we can look back and how they correlate back to the ones that we've got in our packet. So let's just take them one at a time and stop me if anybody has questions or anything that they wanted to comment on. So let's do the first two as far as transparency goes along Hargett Street.
I think these are probably the most straightforward pieces. Retaining the brick makes all the sense. So I think these are pretty straightforward, and it's a 3% difference.
Yeah, I agree, and I think a lot of the architectural treatments help offset all that.
Yeah, I think we could probably lump all the first four all together. They seem like very reasonable requests.
Fair enough.
based on the design.
The only potential or additional element of 3 and 4 would be related to the loading, related to the loading zone placement. But generally speaking, I think it's transparency is not, I think, what is it potentially at issue?
Yeah.
The fact that the loading zone exists. Yeah.
Agreed. And so I'll cover all of them 5, even though that's no changes last time. That was a 12-foot facade step back. I think that's reasonable for the same reasons we came up with the last time. 6 and 7, the minimum 200-foot distance between driveway center lines. It's really a minimal change from what we saw last time. Any concerns?
I thought the justification made sense.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's buses, so going to be coordinated.
Okay. Moving to number 8, on West Street, the vehicles must enter and exit parking areas in forward motion. That is related to the loading dock. Any comments on that one?
A lot of comments. Could we just come back to that one?
Sure, we can come back.
Wait, and sorry, going back to number 7, I guess number 7, 3, and 4 would be what we brought up previously of where the parking deck exit and entrance.
The conditions?
Yeah, where we previously cited those conditions.
Which?
Previously imposed the conditions on just the request with respect to driveway 3 and
spacing.
4,
Yeah.
which was number
It's
7
number 7
on
on
here.
this.
Oh, yeah. So we need to. All right. Is everybody okay putting those conditions on, keeping those or replacing those conditions on number 7?
Yes, I would like to place those conditions on number 7 again. And so number 7 on this is our, Casey, can you help me out? I'm scanning, but I'm not seeing it quickly. Oh, here it is. 6 on ours.
Are you going back to how it was?
Yeah.
I would, last time we voted based off of this handout.
Oh,
I
can we
think
do
if we're
that
clear
based
for the
on-
record that you're voting based off the handout numbers, that might make it easier.
Which are the ones we're seeing
Yeah.
here? Yeah, okay.
Excellent.
So you guys don't mind us doing it the way they're
Yeah, it's
presenting
just,
it?
as long as we're all clear for the record, I think we're okay.
Okay, perfect. All right, moving on, 9 and 10 were both approved last time, no change to those.
And that was related to the fact that there were bump outs, right? That they were proposing the additional pedestrian space, and that resulted in different spacing, right? I believe.
Yeah, it's functionally, it's what the intent is. It's just where the
What you're
counting
calling
starts.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That seemed fine to me.
All right, and then 11 and 12, the minimum sidewalk width, 10 feet. I almost think it's semantics in most cases. The one that you have the 10 feet of flat hardscape at that pinch point along West Street and on Hargett.
I mean, more
It's a
is
door
definitely
swing.
better.
Huh?
And the Hargett one it's a door swing, and it could be a back of house or side entrance door, even not a major customer entrance. But the one on West Street is it's unfortunate. The pinch point is where it is, but 10 feet is good. More would be better, of course.
Yeah, and 10 feet is the requirement, right?
Of effective travel surface.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Yeah, I have no
They're
issues with either
basically
of those.
meeting it. It's just semantics, like you said.
And you can't, they couldn't move the building back because of the brick facade there, so.
Right.
So one thing that I am happy to hear is that, or see, the timing with this and the light rail, and knowing that it's, I think last time we saw this, it was not as certain that that was going to happen and that Hargett Street was going to close. And I was concerned about that because I don't think this design works without that. And now I think it seems like that's really, there's much more certainty to that, and that's certainly, so I appreciate moving forward with number 13.
In the scenario where it closes, but there's still bicycle and pedestrian crossing.
Well, there's still a bicycle lane on the other side, right? Whoa, no, there's not.
I think we went through the bike plan last time.
Was that?
I remember last time we had looked at like the long-range bike plan, and it was moved up to the bridge crossing.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, that's right. There's not, you're right. So you're right, if it stayed open-ended, that would be.
All right, any other comments on number 13? 14, 8.5 foot parallel parking, and they're asking for 9.5 foot multi-use drop-off and temporary loading. And then 15 and 16, they're requesting 10.5 foot travel lanes instead of the 11 and 12 foot travel lanes. All good there. And then number 17, minor change, minimum distance to the intersection of 150 feet, and they are at 110 feet, which is,
This one
I
seems
think you
totally
said it was
fine.
a little more than last time?
Yeah, and I mean, it was functionally in the same place
Yeah.
last time, so.
Yeah. All right, so back to number 8.
Yeah. Does anybody have any thoughts on that? I certainly feel conflicted about having a loading zone there and the need. Does it really need to be there that way? Is there really no other option? Because it certainly doesn't feel like a safe place to put a loading zone. But the way that it's been addressed is, similar to many of the other cases that we have approved previously.
Yeah.
Minus the parking in front of it. I don't get the parking in front of it.
Yeah, I guess my question to you guys on that would be, is it better to have that continuous loading or short-term parking in front of that, or to narrow it back up and like eliminate that parking zone right in front of the loading area? I mean, I could see it either way. I think it's cleaner by continuing that loading area, the temporary parking area, versus having two separated spaces.
Yeah, I think from a streetscape perspective, it lessens the impact of having a vehicle access through the sidewalk if the treatment, the material treatment is continuous, rather than cutting it.
Say it again.
It's in terms of having, you're asking, is it better to break the loading strip in front of the driveway?
Yeah.
I would say no, just from a streetscape perspective, because it sort of draws your eye away from that break in the building facade.
I agree.
I don't find any problem with the break in the building facade. This is the warehouse district, and it's just loaded with loading docks.
Yeah.
My concern is the safety aspect, and to see that it's forward motion in and out, I think alleviates that.
Well,
The idea,
and
just to finish, the idea of having trash cans on the sidewalk, like it is at the Dillon, directly across the street, that's really, appearance-wise, that's really undesirable.
Yeah.
Yeah. And just to be clear on this, they are saying that the trucks would back into the loading dock.
It's the same as the last one we saw. The truck looks smaller somehow, but maybe it's not.
Enter, so the verbiage is
Doesn't it?
not enter and exit the parking area forward.
Oh, so that's the requirement, and then the request is the next one,
really
permit
so
backing
much
into this area.
If they can do the same mitigation strategies that we've talked about earlier, it's an urban environment.
Mm-hmm. So,
And
Yeah,
unlike,
I'm disappointed we couldn't find another trash solution, but I get it's a extremely unusual, thing.
this would have been a great scenario for something else.
I think the question for me is, do we need more detail on what the specific measures are,
Yeah.
similar to the last one?
Consistency.
Yeah, I felt, when I saw this, I felt a little bit like, uh-oh, we just, we just said no to the one before this. However, there is more consistency between the detailed parts of this plan and what they say they're going to do. I think that that wasn't the case for the previous.
Yeah, and we have the turning radius accurately
the accurate
portrayed.
one,
Yeah.
and what I heard was that there was going to be tactile measures on the pavement like we've required on other cases. And I don't recall, does anybody else recall if there are other measures that they were taking, that they definitively said they were doing on this?
I don't think so.
I don't recall.
I think we could propose some.
The doors, the roll down doors, and a dock manager, I think was the.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah, having that personnel, dock manager and property manager present for any trucks that come.
Yeah. I hesitate to think about this stuff because I kind of don't want this to exist. But if we're moving forward with it existing, then I guess we can do that.
I'm sorry, I'm not an expert in solid waste, but the issue was that the compactor truck
too
in
big.
doing an overhead motion would be, are they backing back out onto West Southwest Street to then do the overhead motion?
We could
Yeah, do you want to get some clarity on that? We can open it back up.
Yeah,
Because sometimes if the compactor's on a dock, then it just slides onto a truck. So they back in and they slide it onto the truck. If it's on the ground, then they actually have to tip it up and then load it off.
And if it's just sliding on, why couldn't they do that from the bus loop?
Let's open it. Can we open it up and get some?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, I know it just would may help.
All right, we're going to open the hearing back up and ask some questions of the applicant. Who wants to pose the question?
I'll ask a question. Can you just kind of reiterate what specifically were the defeating factors in terms of having the trash servicing be internal to the bus loop?
Yep, so the size of the compactor that would be required for recycling specifically was the type where they'd have to pull in and tip the compactor, put it on the truck and pull it out, and there wasn't enough clear space for that, both vertically or the depth that was required. And then along with the additional trash space for that too, it just between that and Hargett Street entrance, it was larger than what could be provided. Additionally, there were concerns about the proximity to the bus movements, and because the time of day for the trash and waste management, when we were trying to develop that waste management plan, couldn't be exactly nailed down to a specific time of when that would happen. That was going to cause more conflicts with the buses coming in and out of the loop. They couldn't schedule it. The waste management providers can't commit to a schedule that would happen on a regular basis at this time.
And so now the compactors, there's still going to be a compactor just in
Yeah.
this location. So how does that get loaded onto a truck? Is it tipped up or is it elevated?
It would be the same, depending on the provider, what we've heard is they can pull, for the recycling compactor, they can pull in straight to the compactor, tip it up, put it on the truck, and then back out onto West Street for recycling.
And this is all happening within the building footprint?
Yep, and so the depth is provided, is adequate so that the truck would be inside of the bay and the sidewalk would still be clear while that's happening. And then just for the recycling, they would pull straight out onto West Street. For trash or people moving in for residential move-ins, we would expect the trucks would back in and pull straight out. But just that one recycling, because of the way the trucks and the compactor work together, they have to pull in straight and then tip it, put it on, and then back out. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
It does. And it answers the question. It does seem like there are a lot of, yes, there's conflict with the buses, but there are other conflicts that are solved by having it be internal. And it's unfortunate that the solid waste can't commit to in my experience, that servicing time is usually early in the morning when there would be low bus service anyway. So it seems like there would be a natural synergy there.
It does seem standard that they can commit to this.
Okay, let's close the hearing again, bring it back to the table.
I certainly feel like there's probably a safer solution if it was pushed, but based on the evidence we've had, Mensa, also resonated those concerns, but said that they could be ameliorated through, bells and whistles.
Yeah, personally, I like the size of the loading dock where it is now, with all that it gives, like the ability that it gives them to service everything internal to the building versus before. And kind of with Dane on this one, like there's a lot going on that facade that hopefully will draw your attention away more than a loading dock door will.
Yeah.
I would just reiterate my suggestion to look at some other type of loading dock door that fits into the rest of that facade, maybe something with glass, something with storefront. I just think it would be a benefit to the project. I think you'd be happier with the design if you do that. Whether we can approve that number 8 without seeing more detail, I don't know. I appreciate that they were more definitive about what they were going to do to resolve it from a safety issue, and then it really is up to city staff to work with them to implement that and make it as safe as it can be. So I'll leave my comment there. Does anybody feel like this deserves more discussion? Number 8.
I feel like it's hard to make a clear decision without understanding the complexity of having cars in front of it. But that's not inherently a safety issue, which is what is the sticking point in terms of the intent of the design adjustment. So I mean, I also, just from I don't know that, I question if it's a good precedent to make, that we would approve something like that with that level of detail, but I guess I'm not sure.
Well, I think if I was going to make a motion for this one, I would probably include conditions that require the change in pavement, that require that either dock manager or property manager to be present when trucks are coming in or out of that area, and then leave the rest of it up to staff to work with. Would everybody generally be in agreement with that? All right, so I am going to make a motion that we approve all of these requests, and on request number 8 that we put a condition, or that we put the following conditions on that one, which would be that there will be a change in pavement texture to alert people that there is a loading dock in that area, and that a dock manager, the second condition would be that a dock manager or property manager be present when trucks are coming or leaving from that space.
Could I add texture and color or materiality and color?
Did you get there, Kevin?
Yep, and I have them already, I have them drafted as well, if you want me to read which I just read them, and they track what you said with the type and color. So
Great.
What I have would be, for the record, the project will provide a change in material type or color, and.
And.
Okay.
Color is not
Material
enough.
type and color for the portion of the sidewalk that abuts the loading dock driveway located off of Southwest Street. The second one is that one on-site employee shall be present when vehicles are entering or exiting the loading dock driveway located off of Southwest Street to provide traffic control.
Yes. Thanks for that. And then the other conditions that I would add would be the same conditions that we had the last time on number 7.
Yep, and I can read those in the record, and I have one question about that too. The first one is that the applicant will provide a traffic calming measure to reduce the speed of vehicles egressing the parking deck located on West Hargett Street. The second one is that the applicant will provide increased transparency between pedestrians traveling on the south side of West Hargett Street and vehicles exiting the parking deck. My question with that one, whoops, I just deleted the whole thing, is whether that should be on the south or the west side. I think it's south if you're looking at the plan straight on, but if you realize plan north is here, it might actually be the west side. Or is it supposed to be south?
The west side of the bus?
Yeah, the
or the east side of the parking deck?
The wall adjacent to the bus entrance.
Yeah, it would be east of the parking deck ramp, and west of the bus loop.
So in the way it's written is that it will be transparency for the pedestrians traveling on the X side of the street. So
Well, they would be in the
The south
So
side
they're
of
on
the
the
street.
south side
okay,
of the
south is
street.
correct. All right,
Yep.
good. You were right the first time then.
Can I make that one a little more clear and say that there would be increased transparency through the wall?
Yeah, that might be one that might be worth
Yeah.
asking city staff if they have enough clarity from that to be able to, if we can.
I can read it again for Mensa. I think the question is whether the condition would be, gives you enough that it's enforceable at plan review time. The way it currently reads is that the applicant will provide increased transparency between pedestrians traveling on the south side of West Hargett Street and vehicles exiting the parking deck.
Through the wall.
Yeah.
It could potentially be removing the wall, though, right?
Clear enough to me, defined to me. I think you could-
Sorry, Mensa, could you come up and speak into the microphone?
I apologize. That portion sounded specific enough to me. You could make it more specific, but I think that sounds good. That sounds enforceable from a plan.
We didn't see anything in this presentation today, so we're kind of referencing what we saw previously. But there was a big structural wall there that.
It was.
Yeah, and we're assuming it's still there. Increased transparency is a subjective term that we can leave to you, but it would be something that was substantially increased in order to, create a safe amount of visibility.
Intent being to give pedestrians more early warning that there is a car coming
And-
down the ramp.
And for drivers of the vehicles to be able to see pedestrians on the other side of that wall.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I know previously it came up that, there's a column there that's going to be a particular issue, but that's probably why we left it up to staff to then figure out from there.
All right. Thank you. I'm going to open the hearing. It looks like Ms. Stewart has something to add.
We'd request a minor clarification. I suspect city enforcement staff would appreciate it as well. With respect to staffing at the loading dock, that could be either an on-site employee or a contractor.
And I would be fine with that. All right, we're
Just add the words
closing the
or
hearing again.
contractor after on-site employee, what we already read.
What is that? What's the significance of that? I don't.
Just operationally in the future, we don't have the detail or foresight to know how that would actually work. They're very often, particularly building maintenance services, are done by contract. They're not necessarily employees of anyone in the building.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. And I believe that covers all of the conditions that we were going to put on these. And so do I need to, I think that motion's clear, right?
I have it. I think we're good.
Okay, great. Anybody want to second that?
I'll second.
Thanks, Martha. Any further discussion?
This is for all of them, right?
We're not doing them separately.
This is for
That's
all
why the
of them.
motion's been made. It was for all the requests with those conditions.
With those conditions, great.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Thank you so much. All right, and that finishes the cases that we needed to review this evening. So now we are on to some other business. So we've got meeting minutes from the January 5th meeting that we need to approve.
I reviewed them, and they look good to me. I would make a motion to approve.
I will second that. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, let's see. Going back to the agenda. Catherine, do you have anything to report?
Nope.
Adam, do you have anything to report?
Nope.
All right, so next up is...
I do, actually.
Yeah.
I sent out a survey to everybody. Did everybody get that?
I did.
If you would, please fill that out. That's really important for our upcoming planning. So I'll take a look at it maybe in the next week or so and see what kind of information we can pull out of it and present it at the next meeting or in some fashion. Maybe Casey, we can get together and talk about what came out of that in the coming weeks.
Is it anonymous? Or can you tell who's responded?
I think it's anonymous. I made it to be anonymous so that anybody can say anything.
All right. Cool. Maybe if you don't have great response, maybe just ping everybody again.
Yeah.
And then close it up.
Yeah.
Okay, great. And then the only other business that I've got is the election of the new chair and vice chair. So it is only appropriate that on my very first meeting as chair, just about a year ago today, we reviewed Russ Bus in about a 2.5 hour long debate discussion.
That was your first meeting?
That was my first meeting.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so it's only appropriate that we finish on that note as well, although this one went a lot quicker.
You can get a Russ Bus tattoo. Commemorate your time.
Oh, that sounds fantastic. All right, so when I put out a call for who would be interested in becoming the next chair and vice chair, I got 2 responses, one from Adam Walters and one from Will Gaskins. Thank you guys for putting your names forth. And I will open up the floor if there are any other nominations that want to be made tonight. Do I hear any other nominations? All right, so I would propose, Adam, since you've been vice chair for the past year, I would propose that you become the new chair and that Will moves into the vice chair position. Would you guys both be comfortable with that?
You want to do that? Sounds good to me.
All right, so I'm going to make a motion to that effect that Adam Walters becomes the new chair and Will Gaskins becomes the new vice chair.
Second that motion.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, that is unanimous. Congratulations, you guys. So I would just like to say that it's been a fun year, but busy year.
Yeah.
2 Sir Walter Raleigh Awards and 2 legacy projects and a bunch of meetings and quasi-judicial stuff. So, Adam, I appreciate everything that you've done as vice chair and can't wait to see what you're going to do as chair. So congratulations. Looking forward to it.
Yeah. Well, Chris, you've done a really incredible job this past year, and I think we've seen real tangible transformation in the quality of the work that we're doing here, and I think a lot of it has to do with your leadership, so thank you.
Well, thanks for that comment. And thank you to Casey and Catherine and everybody else at the city that has made my job fairly easy. So appreciate it. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Adam. Now that you're the chair, you're immediately effective the chair.
Wow.
If you want to close things up.
Yeah. Well, thank you all for another long meeting. We're still working out some scheduling stuff in terms of, I think folks have noticed that we've been canceling the every other meeting, the non-quasi-judicial meetings, when we don't really have much to do. And I think in part that may continue unless we have basically, we're going to try and use that as a backup date for cases. I don't know if that can be needs to be made official, but
I don't think so there's a filing calendar, there's all these notice requirements or things.
Yeah.
So I think making it official that you have to creates like a cluster.
complicated.
Yeah.
But we can call it that.
But in the event that you need to have a special meeting or you need to, as long as it's planned in ahead of time, you can do that. But as allowing applicants to apply for that date as a matter of course becomes difficult.
So, we can reserve those for, because these quasi-judicial meetings seem to be getting heavy and long. So we'll try and really just keep the QJ meetings as QJ as possible, and then either cancel meetings on the alternate weekend or have them specifically for a legacy project or something like that. But Sir Walter, yeah. Thank you all.
Thank you. Meeting adjourned. Slam your gavel.